morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to the 2022 Crew Welfare Week. Welcome to this event. For us at Safety for Sea, humans and seafarers are the center of what we do, and we feel that they are at the center of this industry. The industry, it may be an invisible one, and it may take a huge incident in order to make it noticeable across the globe, but without seafarers, there can be no shipping. So given the forthcoming within the next day of the seafarer, we continue what we started last year with this event, celebrating excellence, celebrating the role of the seafarer in our industry. And for us, as I said, it's one of the largest events that we deliver. It's an event spanning within 3 days, accommodating more than 65 speakers with a net program of let's say, in excess of 15 hours. So we have assembled a series of sessions in order to discuss. Today, the opening day, we have the keynote address from the Secretary General of the IMO, Mr. Kitack. We have a session with a panel discussion on ship managers, high-level panel, also accommodating ship manager perspectives with respect to best practices, continuing with the crew manager perspectives and best practice videos, and actually concluding the day with a series of focus presentations on how crew welfare and seafarers are handled across the industry. At the end of the day, we have planned for the Crew Welfare Awards. This year is the first year we will be hosting this set of awards. We're going to be giving away 8 awards on a number of topics. So we would like to congratulate in advance all the shortlisted nominees and, of course, all the winners. Given the opener, and I think now is the time to also thank all our speakers, panelists, partners in this event, and of course our sponsors. Without them, we couldn't have such a huge event. So I would like to thank you all very much. We trust that you will find the program of high value. As always, the program will be streamed, and the program that will be streamed will stay on the online platforms immediately after the completion of streaming. So it would be used as a resource in the months to come to go back and revisit some of the presentations and what has been said. So without any other further ado, I would like to thank you all very much for your attendance into this highly valuable event, we feel. And I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the IMO for his address. Thank you very much, and stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the 12th time, we celebrate the International Day of the Seafarer on the 25th of June. Since its launch in 2011, the day has focused public attention on the contributions made by seafarers to the entire global community. This year, the theme celebrates maritime voyages and journeys. Every day, hundreds of thousands of seafarers are on the way on ships, while others take their well-deserved break, getting ready for their next voyage. Their ships are key mover of global trade and engine of the global economy, transporting cargoes such as food, medicine, electronics, and more. Without the seafarers, there would be no shipping. This day every year gives us a chance to recognize and pay tribute to seafarers everywhere, whatever their voyage. Shipping and the call of the oceans form a way of life. This is a meaningful, important career that provides a solid foundation for life and offers endless opportunities to learn and progress. This noble profession is something that I hold close to my heart. And for many of us, our voyages are the start of their lifelong maritime journey. My own maritime journey has enriched my life. It allowed me to gain skill as a seafarer on ships and then to apply that knowledge and experience ashore. My journey took me from serving as a cadet at the Korea Maritime University to studying at the World Maritime University. I served in the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries in the Republic of Korea and represented my country as a delegate at IMO meetings. Then onto the Port of Busan Authority, where I was its president before arriving at my current role as a Secretary General. Each seafarer's journey is unique, yet many of the challenges and opportunities are shared. After 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic still presents a challenging working environment with continuing difficulties in conducting crew change and gaining access to medical care and shore leave. I will continue to urge the member states to support seafarers by designating them as key workers so that every seafarer's maritime journey can move into smoother waters. On this day of the seafarers, we also look to the future. New technologies, new equipment, and the need to make the shipping greener will provide new challenges and opportunities. I'm sure you will rise to those challenges and pave the way for the more sustainable shipping in the years to come. This year's Day of the Seafarers theme is Your Voyage Then and Now. Share your journey. I invite you to share photos from your first voyage and your most recent voyage on social media. You may be new to the profession, or perhaps you have been sailing for decades. We want to hear from you. Please tag IMO in your post so we can see how far you have come in your journey and celebrate your progress. We invite everyone to use the hashtag Seafarer Journey, wherever you are seafarers yourself or paying tribute to them. I look forward to seeing your picture, reading your comments, and enjoying our voyage together.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome and hello from the crew welfare discussion from Safety for Sea. My name is Dorothea Ioannou. I am the Deputy Chief Operating Officer of the American P&I Club. And I'm very, very pleased to be here. We're talking about a topic that is very dear to my heart. It's obviously a core of what we do from loss prevention at the American Club. Most of our activities are concentrating on crew safety, training, and general welfare. And I have a number of fantastic panelists here with me today to examine and explore the various issues that are trending and we're observing today in shipping. So let me begin by introducing all of my panelists. I would like to introduce first Andy Cook, Crewing Operations Director of V.Group. I don't know if you want to wave, Andy, and let people know that's you. George Gourdomichalis, President, Managing Director of Phoenix Shipping and Trading, also happens to be the Chairman of the American Club. Sunil Kapoor, Director, FML Ship Management Limited. Karen Orsel, very well known in the industry, Chief Executive Officer, MF Shipping Group, and previous President of Wista International. And Boriana Farrar, Vice President, Chief Legal Officer, Patriot Contract Services, formerly with the American Club, and also previous President of Wista USA. So we have a really impressive panel here today, and I am not going to delay the discussion any further with anything that I would have to say. So, I think I'm just going to sort of shoot the questions out there and begin. So let's just start from something general from each of your perspectives so that we can start trying to gauge the course of the discussion. From each of your perspectives, which are the key challenges in terms of crew welfare? Boriana, should we start with you?
Certainly, it is a pleasure. So just to tell you a little bit about Patriot Contract Services, we are a ship manager and owner in sunny California, and we operate internationally, but because we are U.S. owner, we are heavily unionized, meaning that we have contracts with various unions across the United States. In fact, I'm calling you an hour before a board meeting of the engineering union, which I'm attending in Eastern Maryland in Calhoun Engineering School. This means that these contracts are like a marriage that can never be dissolved. We are together forever, for good and for bad. So this is good and bad for two reasons. We have access to qualified labor in the United States from our union partners. But at the same time, once they're not able to provide labor, we are facing more challenges in this respect. In the latest couple of years, this has been especially acute, more so because of the pandemic. In addition to that, because we work for the US government, their mandatory vaccination requirement imposed, which really made the crisis especially acute. So now some of our ships, we have never had so many openings on board on our ships, and simply there is not enough labor to fill in key positions. And to this respect, training and working close with the unions is key to our success.
Oh, thank you, Boriana. I'm just curious, before I go on to the next perspective, in terms of the required vaccination and the issue related to the ability to find enough, labor, were they connected? Did this further make it more difficult, or were you already experiencing an issue with labor before this?
We were experiencing an issue, but perhaps 10 to 15%
that's what I was wondering.
Openings still remained unfilled because of this requirement. So it's not a sole reason, but
it's one of the factors.
It's one of the factors.
Recent, great, okay.
Although it's the right thing to do.
Yes, no, we're not talking about that. Karen, what are your thoughts on this from your perspective?
Thank you. Just like Boriana, very quickly. My name is Karen Orsel. I'm a ship manager and owner in the Netherlands with a fleet of 55 vessels and roughly 1,250 seafarers. trading globally, but mainly Northwest Europe. So if going back to the question, what is the key challenge in crew welfare? I think some of it has been addressed by Boriana saying, hey, one of the challenges has been vaccinating and taking care of the health of our seafarers. I think we are all aware within this industry that we had major challenges with recognizing the seafarers as a key worker. And unfortunately, and I'm just calling it as we fear that there might be a third or a fourth wave of COVID, which unfortunately might have as a consequence that all the processes we and challenges we have been facing, that we have to go through all of this again. And my sincere hope is, and I hope the other colleagues here in the panel agree with that, that we learn, that the lessons learned will be picked up fairly quickly, and that we don't end up in situations where seafarers are unable to board a vessel, or actually more important, to go home, because I think that is the restriction, and all the cases seen is something we really want to avoid, and as an industry we should stand up for that.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Sunil, would you like to give us your perspective on the key challenges for crew welfare?
Yeah, my name is Sunil Kapoor. I'm Doctor at FML Ship Management in Cyprus. We are part of the company called Fleet Management. We have more than 600 ships under full technical management, and we have about 20,000 seafarers working for us. So I have been sailing as a chief engineer before I joined as a superintendent, right through 5th engineer to chief engineer, and then I joined as superintendent and grew up to this position. There is underlying problem which has been there for many years, that we people at sea experience various kind of emotions, which are loneliness, anxiety, hopelessness, and these cause mental trauma. When I was sailing as a junior engineer, we used to have about 40-50 people on board the ship, so there was some kind of a buddy system where we used to work together and these things would be taken care of. But now with less and less people, this has become aggravated. So this is one of the key challenges which we are facing. Then I also realized that there are different kind of scenarios. There are companies which are working at a different level. They look after their crew very well. They look after their ships very well. They are on a different plane. There are companies which are not looking at their people. Their ships are in bad condition and they are not even treated properly. So there's another scenario which is causing so much of chaos and negativity to the shipping and shipping people. Then we have this different culture of people on board, different requirement, different types of ships, as I said, and different ways of thinking. So there is a slight chaos, negativity, and there is very little unity to do well for our seafarers. And this is where we have a serious problem for our people on board the ship compared to the workers working ashore in different countries.
Yeah, thank you, Sunil. Hold that thought, because I'm going to come back to that in a little bit. George, would you like to give us your perspective?
Good afternoon from Piraeus. I'm George Gourdomichalis, the President and Managing Director of Phoenix Shipping and Trading, your traditional small to medium-sized, privately run shipping outfit, owners, managers, operators, but also the chairman of the American Club, which puts me in a difficult spot, Dorothea, because I need to address the issue from both sides of my personality. Very interesting things I heard. Marriages can always be broken, Boriana, and for them not to be broken, it means that both sides need to be able to develop themselves. If only the one side develops, it's not going to work. And that holds true either for the unions or the other side, which is the employers. In Greece, we have experienced very strong unions who purportedly were fighting for the welfare of the crew, but in reality were not. The engineering union that you are soon to meet in Greece has a very long history of being extremely combative and disruptive. in ship operations, etc. I just put this because, wherever you are, it's a bit of a different story. That does not mean that you cannot have good relations with unions. Crew welfare for us in Greece, especially those of us who come from a long line of the small to medium-sized family-run companies, is extremely important, because the culture we have had, or the culture we've been brought up with, is that of seafarers being mostly Greek and mostly coming from wherever we are in the various areas of Greece, especially if one is from islands or places where they traditionally produce seafarers. So there's always been a bond. Don't forget that a large number of the Greek ship owners were ex-seafarers and have now become very large corporate conglomerates. My father sailed in the early 50s on a 50-year-old freighter, which was originally a coal steamer and then turned into diesel. And he sailed for 2, 2.5, and 3 years at sea. And he had no trauma or anything like that. Mm-hmm. So we need to put things a bit in perspective.
Right.
So as owners and managers, we are extremely interested, and it is extremely important that the crew is properly treated and that their welfare is taken care of within the realities that we live in. And the realities we live in over the past few years are COVID, difficulties in taking people on and off. It is extremely stressful, trauma, you name it, whatever. Unfair, because we could do business travel and same ports or airports, and the crew could not go in and out using those airports, which is at least ridiculous. As we all know, there's been a tremendous push to name seafarers as key workers, and they are key workers. So that's the one thing. On the other hand, and with my other personality as chairman of the American Club, it is extremely important for us as a PNI club to ensure that the members that we have adhere to the standards, the minimum standards, right. At least. We do our best as a club, and we're not the only club. We do our best through various publications, research, training, you name it, to try and assist managers, owners, right. to increase their standard of their crew welfare. It's not always easy, and it's always possible. And it's not always a matter of cost. It's a matter of culture. It's a matter of geography. It's a matter of trade. What we or you, Boriana, or you, Sunil, or you, Karen, think is normal, for somebody else is not.
Might not.
So this is something that we have to deal with. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll come back, I'm sure.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. Good food for thought. Andy, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Andy Cook with V.Group. We obviously manage vessels trading internationally, so we see a lot of different pressures on crew welfare from vessels trading around the world, and I think from that respect, I'd like to sort of try to try and simplify this in some way, at least from a starting point. There are crew welfare issues that are within our control, and there are some crew welfare issues where there's a frustration because they are sometimes out of our control. And I think that from those that are within our control, certainly the vast majority of operators would have common ground, and I agree with what's just been said. We would have common ground. We have an understanding of what a seafarer wants, what a seafarer needs, what is the gap, where can we fill that gap. And I agree that it's not all about cost. It's about building good cultures, a good safety culture, to do essentially what to do the basics right. The frustration for me is those challenges and those welfare issues where we don't have our absolute control. And I think that some of those were seen mostly during, all of those issues were highlighted during the COVID times, where we couldn't get people off ships, we couldn't do crew changes, communication with their families, and even extreme cases where we had, where on a very occasional basis, the industry found that somebody passed away on board and they couldn't land that person, which had a major impact on their family. So it is those external areas where we have lack of control gives us the greatest frustration.
Right, Andy, thank you for that. Yes, which I think touches a lot on what I think George was trying to say as well. I wanted to go back to Sunil on something that you mentioned, you know, one of the challenges and the underlying problems of loneliness, right, which everybody deals with, but it's different context within a ship, right? Do you think the use of social media has helped or hurt the psychological well-being of seafarers? Because you mentioned that buddy system that doesn't seem to exist now. So now we've got this access to the whole world that didn't exist before. What are your thoughts on that?
You see, from my experience, when I used to sail on the ship, after having dinner at 6:30 in the evening, we would go and sit in the lounge, watch a movie together, or even play games and do something socially together.
Right.
That thing has changed. Now, even when I go on board the ship, I realize as soon as people finish their dinner, they go into their cabins. They want to watch movies alone, or they want to have something alone. This used to be never happened. And that was one of the reasons people feel very isolated. Now there's this social media and phone calls. Of course, I would not say it's bad. You need to talk to a family. But the emotions of people change with the phone call every day. If their family is not doing well, the person is very, very agitated, aggrieved, and he's in depression. And the moment something happens good, he's in a different man. So
Right.
I would say it's every day, like the newspaper, you see news, the people's mood changes every day. And
Right.
in a way, it's good, but in a way, it's
Also
very
bad.
bad.
Right.
Because they cannot control which are things happening on their own on the sea. That's what I said. There are things we
Right.
can control, and there are things we cannot control.
Cannot.
And
Okay.
people have to become mature that when we are going for a contract or a work where we are going to be far away, we need to make ourselves and our family mentally strong in order to support one another, to take care so that we can complete a contract safely and also come back safely. These are two very key, which are very
Right,
important.
Sunil. I'm going to go from Karen then to George because I saw you guys jump at the issue. It's one of my favorite issues, actually. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, and I really love the question because I think this also was a question I would say even before COVID, when social media popped up. You saw two streams. One stream was very strongly should not provide it because it could give extra pressure, and on the other hand you see the next generation entering, and for them it's an absolutely no-go if you don't open up for these kind of things. So I think it's us who needs to adjust to this new setting, and I see it as both as the previous speaker Sunil said, positive but negative, and we want to highlight the positive effect of this. I think everything starts with the culture on board. And crew welfare again is you start with the leadership, but also with the next generation, and that's something we have seen. It's sometimes you during the company days, and you now do it virtually. We really ask the question to the seafarers themselves: what is your contribution to making this change? Because if the need indeed is that everybody goes to his own cabin, and you start discussing it, what can you do yourselves on board to make it change and have these discussions? Of course, we from the land are more than willing to provide with whatever tools you need. Some of our vessels have basketball fields on board or barbecue, name it. It's all those small items, but a culture is something you need to build yourselves, and hopefully is also within the DNA of all. I think everybody here on this call is a very responsible owner and manager, and tries to do everything to make sure the crew feels good and safe on board. But that would be my 2 cents. And
Thanks.
Listening with interest to the next one.
Yeah, all good points. George?
I'd like to add on to what Sunil and Karen said. I agree there's a positive and negative spin on social media. One thing I'd like to point out is that, both Sunil and Karen said, and they talked about the fact that cultures have changed on board vessels and people are seemingly alone, even though they have daily contact via Facebook, Instagram, telephone, broadband internet, you name it, with their families. but they're seemingly alone in their cabins. Sunil, you very correctly pointed out that when you were on board, after dinner, it would be social time. I remember the very few months that I was on board as a teenager, it was the same thing 35, 40 years ago. Today, it's not. But I would also point out that that is the world we live in. This is the same thing on shore as well. So if this is the new culture, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I may have an opinion, but I'll put it aside. But this is the new culture.
Yes.
Young people, younger people, not only
Younger
people, not only young people. This is what they do. They don't socialize. They go to the bars after work and they play with their phones.
Yeah.
If this is what the world is, then who
It's
are
gonna
we
reflect.
to do it differently on board a ship?
Yes. It's a reflection of society. It doesn't matter. It's just a location, right?
It's a huge debate if it's right or wrong, but this is the reality we live in.
Yes.
And the other thing is, just to add on to something that Karen said, which is very correct. You know, you talked to Karen about talking to the crew and trying to find what is it that they need and what and how can we help. You talked about basketball courts. Funny story, but true story. A few years back, a number of years back, long before MLC and all these things, we purchased a ship which had a swimming pool. And it was out of operation. So we said, you know, we should make the swimming pool work. It's not going to cost us anything. It's a joke of a cost to make it work. And they'll have a swimming pool. So we did so. None of them ever used it, and they constantly complained about the work of cleaning it.
Okay.
It's a funny story, but it gives you
Yeah.
the reality of where we live in. They have gyms, and you go on board, and the seafarers are fatter from when they signed on when they're on board.
Yeah.
It's the mentality. It is extremely difficult to change this culture. That's all.
No, thank you, George. Andy, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that's been said, and I think this is a fascinating question. And the only thing that and I agree, you know, I agree with what's been said. The only thing I would say is that, you know, on board a vessel, when you spend all of your time in your cabin, you know that there is no resources there to help somebody that actually needs it. Many companies have put in sort of external support, counseling type support, and I think that's essential. But it, for me, it's not as essential as developing that culture on board, where there are some events that are together. Whether that is, you know, whether that's a sort of gymnasium, like people were talking about basketball, or a movie night, or something to bring people together on board, because it's those face-to-face conversations, in my opinion, are far more powerful than talking to somebody on the other side of the world on a dodgy phone connection to talk about things that are really important to you. So you know, that people communicate, and that's the world we live in. We have to adapt to that. But at the same time, we do need to do whatever we can to create the right culture on board.
Right.
And that's not easy.
No, it's not, because it's not easy in the real world either. So why would it be easy on board? Boriana, before, I know I've seen hands up again. Boriana, I think you wanted to say something. You hadn't commented on
Yes,
this
I
yet.
wanted, thank you. I wanted to comment, something that Karen says really resonated with me, that it comes from a strong leadership. And when we look at the culture on our ships, we also look at the captain and his practices and how he bonds with the crew. But this is also a responsibility of the manager and owner, and resources for mental health has to be available, and they're available in our case should someone need to talk to someone, because depression and other issues are very, very acute in some cases, and we need to provide that help if necessary. And as to social media, I fully agree with George. It's unavoidable. It's everywhere on our ships. We see it everywhere. And I just want to comment, my son is 11 and he has play dates with other kids, and they come to my house and they sit next to each other and they play on their phones.
Oh, wow.
So this is our future, okay?
Yeah.
And we
Yes,
have to accept it.
And teenage depression and suicide has skyrocketed. It became even more worse. It became worse during COVID, but it was already on the rise before that. So obviously, you know, the rest of the world on the ships is going to reflect the same thing. Sunil, you have your hand up?
Yeah, let me just add to what Andy and Boriana said. Initially, most of the phone calls will come to the superintendent or to us in the office, and we would take care. But last couple of years, we realized that we are unable to handle such situations. And we actually tied up with Sailor Society to create a 24/7 counseling center, helpline. And people started calling, and now, of course, it's become multilingual. And then we have to bring in-house psychologist who is also available on 24 hours. So things have become from a small kind of problems to actually a serious where you require a specialist to handle such situations. And there's one more thing, which not only us, I have discussed here in Cyprus with many of the ship owners, that certain suicidal tendencies have come in the shipping, where people will go into a depression, not talk, and suddenly one fine evening or night time, you'll find that the guy is missing. And then you have to turn around and look that either he has hanged himself in a bow thruster room or he has jumped overboard. So there are things which are actually becoming quite serious, and we require certain level of seriousness to deal with these issues. It cannot be just left alone.
Certainly. Karen.
Sorry. Actually, and how weird this might sound, but actually I'm quite proud of the industry we're working in, because I think we are taking some serious steps, which I don't see. I mean, we have a lot of factories here surrounding us, but they are not taking the steps we are taking in order to have the counseling helplines, name it, because it's what you just said, Sunil. I think that many of us are trying to do our utmost in order to be there for the people. I think 10 years ago it was a clear no-go if a captain would say, "Hey, I don't feel mentally, I don't feel well," and I think this again is one of those steps in a really positive way, which we have done as an industry, because we are discussing it openly. We also done several sessions with our seafarers, because we recognize, hey, the problems we can have within our families is, of course, something happens to another as well. So if you have been working for your company and with your team, and you simply don't oversee your issues anymore, and there is what's the word, we say vangnet, and there is somebody who recognizes that issue, and you can, hey, it's fine that I discuss it, and hey, oh, there are more who are facing the same problems. It means that you have a valued member of your team for the rest of your that's how we would phrase it, for the rest of your life. And I think this is something we underestimate as industry a little bit. We hear the figures, and they are horrible. Every suicide is one too much, and one too many. But we're acting on it, and I think that is a really positive, which I think we should also be able to highlight.
Absolutely. Actually, that is a very good point. Something I've not really thought about, how much actually this industry is doing to address the issue that probably doesn't happen in a lot of other sectors. Actually, I'm trying to think of another one for an example, and right now it's not coming to me, but very, very good point. Shifting I love that. That was great. I thought that was very interesting. Hot topic. I want to shift a little bit to something that Boriana touched on in the beginning in terms of recruiting. So there is a lot of talk about difficulty in recruiting. Obviously, I guess one of the issues is the harsh conditions, a long time away, the options available. So what are you seeing in terms of issues related to recruiting in each of your experiences, and what are you seeing as the difficulties or the challenges, and what are you doing about it? I don't know. Let's start with George.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Okay. It was always difficult to recruit.
Okay, right.
It's not getting any easier. For us in Greece, the traditional model has changed, as I alluded to it earlier. It used to be basically more Greeks, regardless of whether you had Greek flag or not Greek flag, right? Then the model was 4 or 5 Greek senior officers and foreign non-Greek rest of crew. So we had to widen our way of recruiting. Now it's changed totally. You know, there's only about 17,000 Greek seafarers, and most of them are employed. Over half of them are employed in the domestic trade, and the rest are in very specific companies. So we lost our traditional source of crew. First, the traditional source of the lower levels, lower crew, and then of course of officers, and it's a big problem. So we open our wings, and for years now we've been using what is now considered your traditional source of crew: Filipinos, Ukrainians, Romanians, Russians, etc. A few Chinese, Myanmar, Indians, you name it. I have not seen any breakthrough in recruiting over the past 35 years, none whatsoever. I've seen efforts to do training, whether it's with the help of a P&I club or because a large company has its own training resources, etc. That I've seen. I've seen efforts by companies to have rejoining bonuses, standby salaries,
Motivating.
Corporate social responsibility, ESG, you name it, whatever you want. You know, I've sponsored basketball teams in schools in the Philippines. I have no idea where the schools are. Why? Because it helped. So we did all these things, but that's not a breakthrough. I have not seen any breakthrough in recruiting.
Recruiting. Wow, okay.
Please let me know what it is, because
Yeah.
I have not seen it.
Let's hear what everybody else has
What
to
does
say.
that mean? We're back at square one.
Yeah.
And we're at
So-
square one with difficulty of getting them on board, difficulty in getting them off, and all the other things that we talked about. So
Okay.
I am not very optimistic. I fear that even if we manage collectively to name them key workers, we're still not going to be doing very much.
Okay, interesting. Boriana.
So the trend we're seeing here in the United States is definitely very pronounced in terms that it's not very sexy to be a seafarer. People are choosing again and again other professions, especially the younger generation, because I think the COVID crisis that we went through indicated that being stuck on a ship for a year or two away from your family is really a hard thing to go through. And when we talk about wages in US, we all know how high they are. And notwithstanding such lucrative salaries, we see the younger generation and the academies, young students going into other professions as trucking or anything else, but being a seaman or a young engineer or an officer. In this respect, when we talk about government ships and military sea lift command, there are additional training requirements that the government imposes on such seamen. And we have not seen any softening in relaxing those requirements. We actually had a meeting with MST a couple of weeks ago. And again, the government was firm. We want these training requirements. And that leads to another difficulties, as you know, the training even cannot be fulfilled so we can fill in the positions, which is a big issue. So the solution again is working with young people, promoting the academies, and we're doing that on our site. We even have implemented a cadet program in Saipan, you know, just to promote shipping in general. So education is very important.
Got it. Thank you, Boriana. Andy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, a couple of points. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Again, I agree with, you know, you know, you can't disagree with what is in front of us, and so I agree with what's been said. There's two, you know, trying to look forward. I think there's two broad things here. One of them is that we as an industry need to promote seafaring as a quality profession. And I don't, you know, I don't think that the general public in the world, you know, I don't really think that they, number one, you know, that they appreciate really the work that seafarers do. And there was some element of that during the real lockdown of COVID when food was still being transported and, you know, there was still shipping was going on. 90%, 95% of the world's goods are transported by sea. There was some of that, but we didn't really, I don't believe we've really taken that forward. So I don't think that seafaring has a really really positive sort of viewpoint from the general public. And secondly, I think that we need, as an industry, again, to break away from the real lockdown where we believe that a ship should be manned with Indians or Ukrainians or Russians. That's the traditional way that we've looked upon crewing a ship. And I think we need to move away from that and think a little bit more internationally and think about the right people for the job. And essentially move towards an international complement on board, which is already achieved in leisure, is already achieved in quite a long way in offshore. But on mostly cargo ships, tankers, dry cargo, we still in many times have a different mentality and a different approach to it.
Got it, Andy. Karen.
Thanks. I would say I'd like to have a little bit of different viewpoint, and it's odd to say to some people who have been working or are working in the industry, in the insurance industry. I think what happened in Egypt was a perfect example of, hey, everybody in the world, at least in Europe, all of a sudden recognized how dependent they are on shipping, because their mobile phone and a lot of other personal stuff all of a sudden wasn't available 24/7. And I think that is also happening right now with all the congestions due to the other big challenge we are currently facing. So I think the recognition is there more for attracting new people. What we see as a trend is actually based on the restrictions there are, is that there is more and more need for the trade we are in, let's say European seafarers, instead of looking for alternatives. For us, it's always been an international working field. And I fully agree, and I recognize, because we're in the tanker industry, that also it's a 24/7 or lifelong training, which is absolutely needed, looking at the speed of how quick all the developments there are in the world. And I think the only way forward is actually continue this training, but we need to find some kind of balance at a certain point, because I do recognize what Boriana is saying, that is training. So in the spare time or in the days when they are at home, they are expected to go to all kind of courses as well. So there is, I think, where we need to find a balance.
Balance, right? Okay, Sunil. Thank you.
I fully agree with what George and Andy said. Staff all the time. Even when I was joining the ship, there was little surplus. Then again, there was a recession, and it was very hard. But there were things which were different when I joined as a sea carrier, and now there's very lot of negativity around this carrier. People don't feel proud. And if you see also, nobody talks about the shipping unless we have a collision or a pollution or a ship stuck in Panama. So the shipping industry has negativity attached to it. Then also is pandemic and this COVID and Ukrainian, Russian, all these conflicts has also created another problem. So what actually we are trying to do is to bring the positive aspects of being a seafarer. And in Cyprus, we go to the school. Actually, when the recession took place, both in Europe here, and there were many people who did not have jobs. And I was trying to tell people here in Cyprus, why don't you join academy? Go to Greece, go to, in Cyprus, there is a Maritime Academy, join. And you have such a good, noble profession. You can get more money than even you can think of after doing engineering. But people and their families, they are so, oh no, he will go far away. But if he can go far away to US, he can go far away to UK or South Africa to work. That is not far away, but ship, they feel that is very far away. So I feel there is a lot of negativity. There is a
bias.
People think biases and other things which are attached to our career. And that's why I feel people feel very reluctant, and they think uncertain and unsure of themselves taking this career.
Right. George, thank you, Sunil.
I just wanted to add, because I think we're all pretty much along the same lines, each of us with our maybe unique point of view. But I wanted to add that the problem of attracting crew is a general problem of shipping, of attracting young, talented people to the business. It's not only on board, it's on shore as well. And we need to see this holistically. It is not only the problem of on board, it's a problem on shore. That's one thing. The second thing is, and this is unfortunate, and I say this because we come from a nation that has traditionally born many, many seafarers over the past generations, society is becoming soft. They don't want their kids to go to sea. It's as simple as that.
I was thinking that earlier too, and listening to all of you.
Blunt about it, and maybe I'm not being very politically correct.
I know.
But this is the description I will give you. We are collectively becoming soft, especially in the West.
Yeah.
Because we are used to other things. Our society is teaching us different things, which is why what is now the traditional source of seafarer is the developing world. They're not the Europeans anymore, or the Americans for that matter. It is a changing world.
Well,
I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it is a changing world. We have to realize that, and if we realize
and adapt,
maybe we can find a way to adapt. Maybe.
Adapt.
And maybe
Adapt.
the solution is not to have this. Maybe the solution is tomorrow when we have automated ships that will never be automated. Well, automated ships meaning instead of having 21 or 23 or 17, we'll have 10, 11, 9 or 5 people on board. When you really need highly educated, highly skilled crew, you know, the engineer is going to be an engineer, he's going to be a computer, digital
scientist,
artificial intelligence, knowledge, you name it.
Expert.
Right?
Yes.
Then, and you will pay him accordingly, right?
Yes.
Sunil, you're very right. You know, a young cadet coming out of a Greek Maritime Academy or a Cypriot Maritime Academy, first job on a Greek flagship is 3,500 euros a month net and no income tax. I mean, at 21 years old, who makes that money? Nobody, right? And you're right, Sunil, but obviously that's not enough.
No, because, well, what about this aspect? And I'm going to throw it out there. I don't know if anyone wants to comment on it. And I know that we are, as an industry, we you know, seafarers are key to everything that we do. But it's a life where when you choose it, you don't live with your family. Let's be real. I mean, that's not an easy thing to handle. And Sunil, you've done it, right? So please comment.
You see, it's how you look at it. But me and many of my friends, when we were sailing, he said, I'm talking from the ladies' point of view, and what they would say, when our husband has gone to work, he's gone. But when he comes back, he's ours. Full time, 24 till 3 months, he's ours, and we can go on holidays. So people don't look, and I was wondering, why do you want me to go on the ship? He said, no, you go work, bring money, but when you are for 3 months, then you are us, and the children are us, and we can all together. So nobody takes from look and things from this point of view.
That side, you're very right. You're actually very, very right. And maybe those marriages last longer.
At least mine.
Sorry, guys, I cannot resist. Okay, let's move off of this one now. So, okay, I heard something earlier that people were referring to, a number of you referred to some of the challenges related to dealing with government requirements and labor unions, right? So that brings the trending, buzzword of collaboration into my head. So, obviously that is what is going around right now. A lot of talk about collaboration. I'd like to hear everybody's views on whether, is it happening? If it's not, what can we do? And so, any thoughts in terms of how we can bridge the gaps? Boriana, you want to start? Because you actually mentioned it at first.
Yes, no, I'm happy to start. So as a matter of practice, the way it comes with us, some of our contracts require renewal. So any collaboration and contract negotiations occurs at various intervals where we sit down, and in a period of several weeks and sometimes months, we negotiate various terms of the contract. So the collaboration, of course, have to be put down in a contract in a written form. Thus far, we have been very successful as to accomplishing mutual understanding on various terms. But those negotiations, I often joke, are like Groundhog Day, right? We talk we agree on something, let's say pricing or certain labor clause, and the next day we pick up the phone and we start from the beginning. Like the previous day never happened. So those are very difficult negotiations, and we see an increasing trends that the unions are pushing for increased pricing of labor. And it's not just the wages, like you mentioned, a salary of 35,000 euros.
No, 3,500.
3,500 in America, that's triple. Okay,
right.
The numbers are much higher in terms of labor, and it's not only the wages; it's also overtime, penalty time, and very complicated benefit formulas as to pension and vacation plans that really add up. So we see an increasing trend for the unions to push for higher and higher wages, and at this point, we as employer have to push back, because essentially they're pushing us out of business. Because if the wages continue to increase and the costs continue to increase, then we cannot be profitable. And if we cannot be profitable, then we're no longer can hire seamen. So it is a difficult process that is ongoing. But thus far we are successful. And then you have the day-to-day grievances and issues where we see a mixed bag of various complaints, which often could go to arbitration. So in terms of litigation and arbitration, US, I think, is also still pretty litigious, which could be very costly.
Right. Thank you, Boriana. Karen, any thoughts? Many aspects of collaboration. Yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm listening to you, Boriana, and if I understand you correctly, it's also, but a part of it is being caused because your law in the US is quite more challenging than, I would say, the international laws, and that's what I hear you say. Because my view, I mean, I've just been in a negotiation with, let's say, the Dutch unions and the Norwegian unions as well. And yes, you see a trend that the standard needs to be raised. But I think on an international level and also national level, I do see that there is more open discussions over the past 2 years and also onwards with the unions and with, I would say, a lot of our industry partners. So there were in the past, let's say, I'm just going to give the example as as an insurance club, let's say, Dorothea, her organization always wants to be the first and the best. In the past, you really had, I'm not sure if that's the case within the insurance company, but within the international organizations, it was, I'm doing this as the first, and BIMCO said this, and the other one, ICS, said, no, I'm the strongest. I really think that all the key stakeholders in our industry have tried to make sure that seafarers are recognized as a key worker, that we step up as a in cooperation to increase welfare and a lot of things. That is really the positive I see compared with the years before. And I really hope that continues. So your question, Dorothea, is a very rightful one. And yes, I also think George made a very good statement earlier. In the Netherlands, the inflation is currently 12%. Yeah. There are more people, there are more jobs than there are people. And I think that adds to our challenge as well. So yeah, that would be my reply, Dorothea.
Right, great. No, Karen, absolutely. Sunil?
See, one of the lessons learned during this COVID is that we are not living in isolation. We are not safe unless everyone is vaccinated. So on a similar way, we also realize in the shipping community here, whether it's manager or owner, both of us, that we need to collaborate and work together. When we were doing our crew exchange and people, although we never talked earlier with other companies, but at this time we were actually finding who is chartering a plane, who has a capacity, where we can put the crew. This has never happened in my life. This is the first time very positive thing happened. The second thing, whose ship is in dry dock? Do you have a superintendent there? Can we hire your superintendent to do our docking? Do you have a spare crew? Do you have some people? So we actually collaborated in a lot way. And because of this collaboration, we were able to push this vaccination program very quickly. Everybody actually pushed that we need to have more than the IMO or any other organizations. They were only talking about lip service that the seafarers are the key workers that we need to do. But actually nothing happened. It was all the private companies, managers who worked together. And then these new inter-manager, BIMCO, Intertanko, all of us, we shared our problems, we found our own solutions. And that is how we kept the shipping companies and ships running this time. Nobody helped us, nobody. It was
I believe it.
And together, we were able to maintain our own work.
I believe it. I mean, I think we can all say that history has proven that the greatest force is when private industry comes together and cooperates. Absolutely. And out of crisis comes opportunity. Andy?
Yeah, just a sort of related tack to that. That I think that, COVID really accentuated some of the going back to crew welfare, looking at it from a seafarer's perspective. COVID really highlighted some of the issues, and because normally we have in a normal day, people can travel to the ship, they can get a visa, they can get on board, they can do a crew change, we can do all the normal things, and everybody's collaborating, right? When with COVID, particularly in the early days, then we saw the reality that in a time of global crisis like this, that authorities and stakeholders will focus on their own issues, not the global issues. So people were protecting their own country, their own ports, their own interests. And the seafarer then, instead of being one of the priorities, was then pushed down the line and suffered because of that. So that's the world we live in. I'm just trying to paint a picture of what it was like for a seafarer sometimes. So I think we have a lot of challenges ahead to overcome that. And maybe, when you think about the number of crew change ports and the airlines in the world, there are literally thousands of people that have an impact on a seafarer's life. And it is extremely difficult to bring them all together.
Very true. Very true. Before I go on to my next question, did anybody want to add anything onto this? George? Yeah, sorry.
I agree with everything. I just wanted, and I've said this in the past as well, collaboration, cooperation has shown over the past few years that we can get things done. First, it's between private companies, as Sunil described, and then private companies and our various organizations which are privately run. And actually, as we all know, there was union peace over the past 2-3 years with COVID, because we all realized we're in the same boat and we need to stick together, try and see what's happening. Let's see if this peace will continue. What is interesting is that national governments have no idea what's going on. This is the problem we have. So we can collaborate and cooperate as much as we want. We can be in bed with the unions and all be happy. We can all be doing the best things we can. If the outside world is not there to do what they should do, then what we are doing is not going to have any results. So when you have the reality of COVID, where you had crews on board vessels which were unfortunately necessarily on board over the maximums allowed by flags and MLC, and you would get flag dispensations or whatever you needed for this, and you would go to certain, to remain unnamed countries in the South Pacific and elsewhere, who would tell you, oh, I will arrest the vessel, get you to this and detain you and this and the other because, and it's okay, let's take him off. No, you can't take him off over here. Okay, so this is
the things that are out of the control.
My big problem is cooperation, collaboration with the national authorities, not between ourselves.
Are we okay? Good point. Obviously, absolutely necessary. Do you think, though, that we are engaging enough?
You want me to answer that one?
Yes. And then I'll ask everybody else if they want to.
Well, I've been very vocal about this,
Yeah.
Dorothea, as you know, in various forums, etc. The answer is we are definitely engaging more than what we were.
Yeah.
Because, you know, 35 years ago, 33, I've been in this business 33 years now. We engaged zero then.
Zero.
So now we're engaging more.
Yes.
Are we engaging enough? No.
Right. Okay.
We're not engaging enough, which is why we're not getting the results we want. But with this crisis of COVID and etc.,
Yes.
there's a bit of an opportunity.
Some move.
You know, Suez Canal closed down, somebody didn't get their toys for Christmas.
Mhm.
Oh, well, there you go, there you have it.
Oh, wow, you guys are really important, right?
Now, without what we're going to political discussion, but the realities that we're facing with the supply of energy all over the world, suddenly, how are we going to bring it in?
Yeah.
Like shit, there's no other way. So I think that this is an opportunity for us to try and engage more.
I absolutely agree. Thank you. Karen, did you want to add something on that?
Yeah. And it's always nice with George, and I like his way of communicating. That also spice things up, which I like. I think you're right, we should engage more, but I've also seen on the other side, so on the governmental side, I think we all, especially in the first months or actually year of COVID, we were not very happy with IMO, for instance. And the process was way too slow, and they were not approachable or not enough. At the same time, I must say that I think a number of individuals working at the same IMO did almost everything for us in case they heard of these tremendous cases where somebody got a third degree burn wounds and was not allowed to get off a vessel. Then those individuals really stepped up. And I've also seen it in Europe, in Brussels. Nobody was in Brussels anymore. So how can you engage with people? That has been challenging. At the same time, the positive again was that, and I think Magda is a very good example. She was in Greece last week as well. That it also opened the eyes of the politicians. They all of a sudden also run a lot of webinars and were easy to access. And I think now with everything more or less opening, we need to find the right balance again, because over communicating also doesn't help. No. But I really think progress has been made, and we need to find out at which forum and at which point do we need to interact more, because I think the communication lines are open now.
Right, I would agree with that. Boriana, you wanted to say something on that?
Yes, I wanted to comment from the U.S. perspective. It is interesting that generally the U.S. government never pays enough attention to U.S. shipping. We are never too important. And I was at the conference with a Marriott official 2 weeks ago who actually, I'm quoting his words, we are never important enough. But now when we don't have baby formula to provide to our children in the US and we have a congestion crisis, the issue has never been as acute as now. So hopefully this administration and more to come will be more focused on shipping and specifically US shipping in this regard.
Great. Yeah, no, there's the different aspects that are happening, right, in the different parts of the world. No, thank you for that. I'm going to shift gears a little bit right now. So talk a little bit about female seafarers and what do we think, putting aside, let's say, I know that there are a lot of efforts right now to attract more women to the profession, and if you want to comment on that, that's fine. But actually, my question is more geared towards, do you think that there's anything in particular that we have to pay attention to for the welfare of female seafarers? I'm going to ask the men first. Andy?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, yes, I do. And I think that many of the things we've talked about actually is, the concerns for female seafarers on board actually are the same concerns, but sometimes they're more intensified. And I do think that when you're on a ship of 20 people in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you don't have the level of physical support You don't have the ambulance around the corner. You don't have that physical support there. So people on board are reliant on the master and senior officers for that support. And if those people are not aware of what the right things to do are not there for, they're not there for the support, then I think that puts any seafarer in a difficult situation. But I would say it puts all female seafarers in that type of situation. And I don't think that concern would be there for, say, cruise ships, where there's far more level of support. But on a cargo ship, I would. And so my point is that a senior officer, particularly a master on a vessel with a female seafarer, needs to be educated and understand what their responsibilities are. And I think, and it doesn't need to be over the top in a way that we're going to treat people differently. Mm-hmm. We're going to treat people all the same, but we need to be aware of their concerns and little bit extra things that we need to do to ensure their welfare is promoted.
Right. That's exactly where I was trying to gauge. Sunil?
Yeah, fully agree with Andy. First of all the men who are running the companies or who are running the ships need to have some mental change, because when we have started taking up the female on board our ship and something goes even a little bit wrong, and then we said, see, we told you, don't take them, we have always a problem. So first is our mental change we have to do. We don't have to do so many things extra except for a few things, and especially we need to be a little careful about the long voyages which we have. Otherwise, I am sure with so much of push being in the shipping community, and there is again we are bringing in the women, there will be a lot of changes, and for sure in a couple of years there will be more women coming back with the success stories of how they fared well and how they did well. And I think these success stories will bring in the other women to join the shipping. So
great.
We need a little change in our thinking.
Yeah, the mentality. George?
Yeah. Okay, so here's the view of a radical feminist that I am.
I know you are.
I am a radical feminist, sometimes getting in the nose of people that should not get in the nose of. But number one, first of all, we now have women running shipping companies. So there is no, I don't want to hear this discussion about the men are running the companies, they don't know what's happening, they don't know what to do. That doesn't exist anymore. You go into any large shipping company, there's plenty of women with positions of responsibility. There's no excuse, number one. Number two, no special treatment to anybody. Men, women, I don't care what they are. They all get the same treatment. Are we sensitive to everybody's needs? We should, yes, but no special treatment. Number three, a woman seafarer, a female seafarer should know what she's getting herself into. That does not mean she should look for trouble, but this is the nature of the work. It is not coincidental that we do have a plethora of women seafarers in the domestic routes in Greece, for example, and in the cruise industry, as opposed to the tramping industry, the commodity shipping, cargo, tankers, etc.
Tankers, etc.
There's no surprise. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but there's no surprise. So what we should do is make sure that the people who are on board and their officers have the correct culture, which is everybody should be protected from whatever they feel danger from. Nobody gets special treatment, and especially nobody gets special treatment at the expense of somebody else, right? And those who are joining ships should have the liberty, the freedom of choice of where they want to do and what they want to do. We shouldn't press them to do this or do that. They should have the liberty to choose where they want to go. That's my opinion.
Okay. Karen.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to add after what George said. I think also, again, within, I said, national and international organizations and also within the unions, there are special working groups who look at needs of female seafarers. But I do agree with George that the focus should not be too much on the one or a single group on board. I think we live in an international world, and diversity is in the broadest sense is something which we're all working on very hard. And of course, it also again starts with ourselves, and showing lead by example, and also give the females the opportunity to, if they want to, because that's the other part I think which we see somewhat. Often they feel as part of the team, and they don't want to be in the spotlights, but at the same time, this is something for the younger generation often needed, because they want to see, hey, I can become the next president of a company, name it. I think Lois Brockie made a very good statement saying, if you can see it, you can be it. And I think that counts for every individual, no matter if you're a man or woman or whatever. But that was really nailing it, I would say. So if you can see it, you can be it. And that also counts for a female seafarer.
For sure. Boriana, any thoughts?
This is a topic very dear to my heart, and I can talk about it for the whole hour and a half.
Yeah, okay. We have like 10 minutes.
From a U.S. perspective, we need to underline some changes here. So everybody knows about the famous case of Midshipman X, that was the anonymous sexual harassment assault by a cadet, which caused significant stir in the U.S. domain. That prompted Marit to issue a guidance for cadets, and there are numerous requirements under this guidance for cadets that's been heavily criticized by the industry as to insufficient or inadequate, but still a good measure against sexual harassment on board ships, which we're still talking about after so many years. I'm proud to say that Patriot is one of the 7 companies that have implemented those requirements. And together, Military Sea Lift Command now is looking at it. Now, this is not a problem of cadets. This is a problem of female and also male victims of sexual harassment on board ships that we see also across the industry. And they come across my desk, some within reason, some not. And when we talk about females on board ships, this is an issue we have to talk about. Although we don't want to, we have to talk about. Ships are a special environment, enclosed environment, when women are isolated on board a vessel for extended period of time. Sexual harassment happens also in offices, but on ships is especially acute. So in these terms, training and transparency are key. Unions are a big part of it, because unions, as we know in the US, are a boys' club, really. I was the only woman on the board of several unions. Now we see more in this respect. And I'm very proud to say that we created a SASH, Sexual Harassment Committee, here at the MEBA Union, which implemented anonymous survey on board of every ships, which really made reporting requirement easier, because a lot of those cases are really not reported. They continue to happen, they're not reported, and there is a lot that could be done in the industry where ship owners and unions communicate amongst themselves and implement those measures. So Patriot hires women, Patriot hires professional men. I agree that there shouldn't be any difference in treatment, but still there are problems we need to eradicate, and we have to work together. In this respect, I want to put in a plug for WISTA, because WISTA USA worked tirelessly on this issue and provided a statement under my presidency, together with the whole board, putting our names and the names of our companies against that. So sometimes it's hard to be out there against something that keeps happening, but we have to do it, so we eradicate it.
Wow, great. Thank you for that. You wanted to add something, Karen? Bravo.
If possible, it's actually very good that what you say, there's not enough reporting, because as you know, Boriana and same like Dorothea, and I think the gentlemen here know about that as well. There's underreporting, but there is some kind of barrier. So I hope by November, ISWAN, the International Seafarers Assistant Network, will actually be going public with as an organization where people can actually report this, where it will also be in a system where we also want to avoid that if I'm asking you a question, Boriana, and you get the same question from 5 different organizations and you fill the survey 5 times, then it adds up. And it means it's quite unclear what the real number is. And without real facts, it's difficult to act. So I'm very proud that ISWAN, together with Vista and with other organizations, actually have worked on that. Because it's absolutely needed, both for everybody in the industry to be able to say, hey, something is happening to me. I don't feel comfortable enough to go to my company or to whomever they normally would go to. And then we can actually act on those hard figures. And it's sad, but I think we're all in an industry where we know facts is the way of life. And so I'm very happy that ISWAN is working on that, Boriana. So I hope to share that in the future. And please share whatever you have that I could use the other way around.
See,
We
collaboration.
Yeah.
Collaboration, cooperation. Sorry, Boriana, you going to say something?
No, same. Very excited about that, and we certainly will work together.
Fantastic. So look, we're sort of coming down to the end of this, and so I'd like to get just a few words from each of you, taking into account or thinking about the day of the Seafarer on June 25th. Your message for the industry on this issue. Just a few words. Let's go backwards then. So let's start from Karen and work the other way around.
Yeah, this the topic of the IMO is all about crew and crew welfare, and I think what we are trying to say is we are there for you, and I think that's the only thing I would like to say. We are there for you.
Fantastic, Boriana.
Continue to work together, and we'll accomplish everything we want.
Great, George.
First of all, thank you, crew, for doing whatever you do every day, in and out with whatever happens around you. And to echo what Karen and Boriana said, we are there for our crews, and we do want them to be recognized as key workers. And hopefully together, we can get those empowered to do the right thing.
Good point. Andy?
Yeah, 2 things. A message for everybody in the shipping industry is to beat the drum for the seafarers, right? The more promotion we can do, I think, is going to improve their lives. And message for the seafarers is just be proud for what you do.
Great. Sunil?
From my side, 2 things. In spite of all the negative view about shipping, I still feel that working on the ship is a noble profession, and youngsters should join. And the second is, most of the companies have great systems, but do not forget the most preferred and obvious management tool, which I call it PCS, plain common sense. Work together as a team and perform the task right way and safe way. Come home safely.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, I really can't add anything more to all of those wonderful things that you all said. Definitely echo it. It has been an absolute pleasure talking to all of you today. Very, very interesting. I've kept my notes, and some of these things I'm going to look into for sure from the P&I Club perspective. So thanks to everybody that tuned in. And thanks to all my panelists, and thanks to the team of Safety for Sea.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
the key point of shipping, the welfare. First people, then seamen. On board we have our people who at the same time they are also our crew. But we have to be focused that they are people. They are husbands, they are wives, and they are friends. They miss them every day, so the already difficult job that they have becomes even more difficult. Omicron ship management invest in crew psychology and in the best possible living conditions so that the crew themselves can concentrate and overcome the difficulties on the daily job. So we are very sensitive to make our crew feel more confident and relaxable on board. The points on which focus in order to make our crew happy are the internet, the health, the entertainment, the PPE, personal protective equipment, the 360 evaluation, which is very important for us, and of course the food. Regarding the internet, which is something very common in nowadays, we provide in our crew unlimited internet against a very small amount of $50 per month, and the internet is unlimited 24/7. They can make calls, video calls with their family and friends. They have free access to all social media like Facebook or Instagram, and they have daily access to the worldwide news in order to be updated. The health is very important for us. Except the normal health protection that the crew have on board under the regulations, Omicron ship management provides a special program to our crew. All seamen, no matter if they are master, officers, cadets, wipers, ranks, whatever, they are entitled for a special health private program. In the same program, we include also maximum 3 children up to the age of 21 years old, and of course their wife. In addition, our crew, before joining the vessel, they have a free dental check. All the above, of course, is free of charge. The entertainment is very important on board. So Omicron every month saves an amount for each vessel. This amount can be used from crew as per their wish. They can buy some important things for them like karaoke, like PlayStation, or like fitness equipment. They send us the invoice. We remove this amount for ship's bank, and we continue to save money for each vessel every month. The PPE, the personal protective equipment, is also very important for our crew. So all crew before embarkation, they receive in their departure place their dedicated personal protective equipment, which they need during their contract. So they have their own coveralls, they have their own safety shoes, the helmets, and whatever they need in order to ensure that during their service they are full occupied with the best quality and quantity of personal protective equipment. The food is also very important. Omicron is trying to provide the best possible quality and quantity for food. A dedicated external catering company under our supervision, and of course in communication with our vessels, with master and cook, provides almost at all ports the necessary provisions in order to ensure that we cover with the menus the needs of our people. In addition, all of our cooks are following a specific training by this catering company in order to ensure that they are aware for the regulations and for the company's policy. The 360 evaluation is also very important. It's very usual to have the evaluation from office side to vessel side, but we try to do it in both sides. What I mean, we don't judge. There is no judgment. There is evaluation for both sides, 360 degrees, company for crew and crew for company. So we have anonymous forms which are completed by crew, replying to various questions. And the scope is the company to learn and find out the factors which have the room to improve, and at the same time to improve their feelings for the company about their welfare. Let's listen to the sailors, what they want to tell us. They can know better, and maybe then everything will be easier from them.
Hello everyone, my name is Katerina Somaripa. I'm working as Group Operator in Prime Marine Management, and I'm delighted to be here today to talk to you about initiatives of Prime Tanker Management on welfare. I think everybody has heard about seafarers' well-being. It's a much discussed topic that is of utmost importance for shipping, as the human element is recognized a key element for the safety of life at sea. The interest of the shipping industry on the topic came lately into the forefront due to the challenges seamen faced during the pandemic, but it's here to stay as it's beneficial for the whole industry. Promoting well-being on board can help to be created a positive working environment by minimizing stress levels, improving seamen satisfaction and engagement, and helping them to succeed at work. Let me begin by explaining our company's goals on welfare. We at Prime Marine Management have as a top priority our colleagues on board. We consider them as a company's most valuable asset who deserve a safe and happy place to work. Our purpose is to create a healthy working environment on board and shape a culture of respecting seafarers' rights. We focus on balance of mental with physical health, encouraging seamen physical activity, nutrition, healthy habits on board, and trying to develop skills to achieve emotional wellness, positive mindset, and meaningful relationships. Management decided to create a welfare team with the responsibility to identify seafarers' needs, set a welfare action plan, and initiate a range of well-being activities to improve the living conditions and their overall health and wellness of seamen on board. Seafarers' well-being is an holistic concept. Eventually, the welfare team is focusing on the below aspects: working environment, physical, mental, social well-being, living conditions, crisis welfare support, fatigue management. I will begin with a working environment. Company is committed to maintain a working environment in which there is respect for the dignity and well-being of all seafarers. Procedures and policies have been established to ensure and promote a healthy working environment on board and shape a culture of respecting seafarers' rights. Establishment of just culture system, anti-bullying policy, anti-bribery policy, sexual harassment policy, workplace violence prevention policy. For more than 2 years, for all the issues arising, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the company having high levels of empathy and responsibility for the seafarers' state of mental health and welfare, and considering this aspect as of critical importance, is focused on supporting them by various means. For mental well-being, company has contracted a psychologist to offer 24/7 psychological support in seafarers' mother language so everyone can express their concerns. Trainings conducted for senior officers and establishment of mental health ambassadors on board in order to identify mental health problems and give mental first aid. We are doing conferences every year for mental health awareness of all seamen on board and ashore, offering help and giving tips and advices for personal resilience, work-life balance, stress and anxiety, grieving when it's needed, with the guidance of mental health professionals. For social well-being. For social well-being, our aim is to help our seamen to understand that the social interaction and positive connections on board are important for mental well-being, which leads to better communication and team bonding. We encourage our crew interaction, offering motives to improve their interpersonal skills and communication in order to achieve efficiently all team goals and tasks. We propose entertainment opportunities and team activities to enhance social life on board, such as get-together events and gaming tournaments. All fleet vessels are equipped with recreational facilities such as table games, karaoke, and game console, at least with team game titles. A photography competition has been established twice a year. In crew conference, there is an open discussion with subject the importance of social interactions and positive connections on board. As regards physical well-being health, Prime provides medical care service for all seafarers on board and on shore as part of the welfare package introduced since 2016. Protection measures from COVID-19 and vaccination briefing is conducted to all fleet vessels via Zoom. We understand that a balanced diet and a regular exercise is a big part of crew welfare, with benefits not only for physical health, but also for mental health and overall wellness. Therefore, we have initiated the following activities: catering provided for all fleet vessels, training courses for all cooks, diet guidelines and recommendations, diet posters on board, gym and exercise equipment on all fleet vessels, fitness bulletins, gym posters on board. As regards living conditions, we care about quality of crew accommodation and hygiene standards. All fleet vessels are supplied with mattresses, pillows, and seats. All crew on board have free access to internet. We run an annual crew happiness survey in order to examine if our crew are satisfied with us and meet their expectation of living standards. Also, we have participated in crew welfare survey of safety for seas, and corrective actions are being initiated after analysis of the survey's results. Crisis welfare support. During the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, Prime supported each crew member sailing far away from his country and loved ones. Since day one, the company assisted all affected seafarers and their families that were forced to flee their homes in search of a refuge from the war. The company built a designated team assigning office staff employees to closely work with Ukrainian crew members to assist their families into a safe country across the border of Ukraine. The assistance provided was the creation of a total support system for the seafarers' family, including coordination for securing safe transportation from the border of Ukraine to neighboring friendly countries, financial assistance, accommodation included food, and personalized care. At the same time, 2 assigned employees were placed at the family's accommodation in order to secure the fulfillment of their needs and the proper habitat and care conditions. Fatigue management. Fatigue is a hazard that affects safety, health, and well-being. We aim to ensure the health and safety of our colleagues on board with suitable measures and procedures in order to eliminate or minimizing the risk of fatigue on board. Company makes efforts to reduce fatigue by providing additional officers on board based on vessel's needs. We frequently give guidelines to seamen on board how to minimize stress and fatigue. Fatigue management plan is in place to secure working resting hours. There is a repatriation plan in place which is discussed with seamen on board. We initiate a fatigue survey in order to identify the causes of fatigue of seamen on board, if any, and to find solutions to eliminate or minimize the factors of fatigue. That brings to the end of this presentation. I would like to thank Safety for Seas for giving us the opportunity to share thoughts and overview of our practices on crew welfare. Hope everyone to understand the importance of crew mental health and well-being and to develop policies and protective measures so everyone to be treated with dignity and respect at work. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon to all. Thank you for inviting us to this forum. We are a team from Angelikousis Group, and we would like to present to you some initiatives of the group related to wellness and welfare of our seafarers. My name is Dimitris Fokas, I'm the training manager of the group, and let's start with a photo of our offices. We are here in our office and we are recording this video to be presented to the forum. Let's have a look at the fleet of Angelikousis Group. The fleet consists of 3 fleets, the Maran Dry, with an average age of 8.7 years, the Maran Tankers with crude oil tankers, average age of the fleet 7 years, and Maran Gas with LNG carriers, the average age of the fleet is 6 years. The total number of the fleet is 157 vessels, including those on order and those on bareboat. Here we have to note and stress that the majority of the fleet flies the Greek flag, and the majority of the officers are Greek officers. And we are very proud and happy with that. Now, for us, for the group, the well-being and welfare of the seafarers is most important. And we would like to present to you now some elements of well-being that unfortunately last year, because of COVID, could not be followed because they were outside the control of our company. The contracts and the duration of the contracts is very important. How the crew changes are planned and executed. Unfortunately, shore leaves at most ports around the world were forbidden. We had a lot of local restrictions that applied. And of course, training in academies and promotions were all postponed because of COVID. Those important elements of well-being were outside the control of our company and every company. Seafarers suffered a lot because of the COVID, and we have to say congratulations to them because they managed to go through this very difficult period. There are other elements related to well-being that we always support, like we provide safe and healthy working environment. We provide free internet so that seafarers have free connectivity with family. We follow all regulations related to work rest hours, personal protective equipment, etc. There's always support from the company while the officers are either on board or ashore, and we take care of the training of our seafarers. Now, why and how training of seafarers is related to well-being, for us this is very important because a well-trained seafarer and officer on board feels more confident and can perform his duties with less stress and with confidence. That's why our group established back in 2004 Delphic, which is the in-house training center. We provide company-specific training only, over and above minimum STCW requirements. And just to get an idea of our activities, in 2019, pre-COVID, we had 740 courses with almost 8,000 participations. Last year, because of COVID, we had to invent new solutions. So we used a lot of remote training with live virtual classrooms. We had to use simulator via cloud, and now we available in the market. We have simulators, engine simulators, cargo simulators for tankers, cargo simulator for LNGs, cargo simulator for bulkers. So all those simulator courses now are running via cloud. Now, if we go to the question, is this training effective or not? Well, we can say that this remote training has advantages and disadvantages compared to traditional classrooms. We try to use it as best as possible. And in my opinion, remote training is here and will stay in parallel with the traditional way of training and classrooms. Now I will present some initiatives of the group. One is from our fleet medical advisor, the second part manager, and the third part is from our development expert in-house.
Good afternoon from me as well. I'm Dr. Sinifakoulis. I'm a physician, deeply involved in pre-hospital trauma. And it's a good question why a maritime company should have a doctor. Is it just the doctor that will be on shore, or it's even a bit more? So we can implement all the tools we have in a regular office or in a hospital to a maritime company. Sorry for that. And we can have modern electronic medical records via cloud. So we can have 24/7 follow-up of our seafarers. We can have any information we want at any minute, and we can follow them even on board during the pre-embarkation medical examinations and even during debriefing. Here you can have an idea how we follow with the examinations we perform or during the follow-up of in case we find some issues. What else we offer? We offer 24/7 support. This can be done through a telephone. This can be done through an email, or usually a combination of both, in order to be on the safe side and no mistakes will happen while they are on board. We don't expect our captains to be doctors, so this is a role that and the responsibility that I take. And we have implemented, based on the availability of internet, video calls with any method that they can use on board. And with this way, we can have virtual clinical examination, virtual assistance to insert an intravenous cannula, or any information that we can, with the doctor's eyes, find out when the captain has a patient in front of him. Besides that, we have an established telemedicine system with ECG recording. We also have on-spot troponin and CPK test in case we have an acute cardiac syndrome. We are planning to improve our telemedicine system, which is going to be more advanced with more tools regarding the vital signs, or even there are some thoughts about performing the fast ultrasound. Least but not last is we are improving our training based on trauma, since this is going to be the most difficult case that they will face on board, besides an illness, of course. So we are improving our training based on the current guidelines, either from the American Heart Association or from the pre-hospital trauma life support. So with our assistance, they will be able to be the first providers on board and help any casualty that they might have.
Hello from me too. I'm Irene Perpili, I'm the gym manager of V.Group. And I'm very happy to announce you that in 2 months, V.Group will launch the first occupational application tailor-made for our seafarers. We wanted to make well-being on board more interactive, with videos, infographics, etc. The application consists of 3 basic pillars: physical activity, nutrition, and mental well-being. I will start with physical activity, which will have the levels of training, which are training videos for our professional instructors based on physical condition and BMI metrics. 10 minutes workouts, which are short trainings that can boost the metabolism and build strength, even if the available time for our seafarers are limited. Separated muscle groups, short videos separately for each muscle group, and the seafarers on that specific group, they can make their own trainings. Mobility, it's a range of specific mobility videos separated into different parts of the body that will help our employees and seafarers who might have chronic skeletal and muscle injuries. Nutrition, which I think it's one of the most difficult parts on shore. We use it as useful nutrition tips to enhance healthy nutrition habits. It consists of fundamentals of nutrition, hydration, nutrition for diseases such as cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and etc. Nutrition for fitness, concentration, work productivity, and sleep. And that thing that we combined, so we want to make it tailor-made for our seafarers, is we matched types of diet with weekly samples from our platform, Maran Connect, through the menus we have. According to mental well-being, we want to promote mental health, reduce stress, improve their mood, help them with lack of sleep, performance, and mellow relations with others. Through that, we make mental health videos with meditation and breathing exercises. On the next slide, I will show you the screen of the meditational videos with one of our colleagues. And last but not least, I will tell you that back in 2019, we did an upgrade on our gym equipment vessel, so you can see some photos here. And all the videos that we made for the application, from the Seafarers application, are from the equipment that we already have now at our vessel gyms. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aristonis Trochanis. I'm a learning and development consultant here at Maran Group. I basically train and coach people to overcome their problems in the areas of leadership, management, and self-improvement. I'm here to talk about the initiatives of the group regarding mental health. So, mental health is a big part of everybody, especially seafarers aboard ships. It's a very crucial subject, and there's various support systems in place for the welfare of our crews in all three companies. I will give you a guided tour, brief guided tour. So these are company-wide initiatives. We are doing the first, there are three pillars, basically. The first one is training workshops. The second one is a system, we call it STRAW system. I will explain briefly about that. And certain discussions, we like to call them work improvement discussions. So I will explain each pillar on its own. First of all, we have some mental health training workshops. These are addressed to the seafarers. The participants are all seafarers, and they consist of two parts. There are two stages. Stage one is the basic knowledge, the basic awareness of what mental health is, why is it a difficult issue to talk about, what influences positively or negatively our mental health, and what we can proactively do in order to shift it in the right direction. We try to enable people, along with other seminars, to take control of their mind and the inner strength and inner resources that they have to cope with life's problems or challenges. We have also make them aware of all the different support systems that we have in place in the company, should they need them. The second stage is to provide really first-level support aboard the ship. This is done in seafarers as well, and it enables them to have a coherent, structured discussion with a colleague who seems to be struggling, seems to be different than his normal self. Studies have shown that peer-to-peer support is very important, so we try to have someone aboard the ship, may that be the captain or the first engineer, whoever may be, who can have a structured discussion, and we try to train them with the do's and don'ts of such a discussion, what makes such a discussion effective. We also use role plays in order to enable them to acquire skills in this area. It's very eye-opening, and the feedback we get is that it's very, very useful and very helpful for them. The second pillar is a system called STRAW. This is a system that has been developed by one of our partners. They specialize in high-pressure environments, and it's basically a peer support system. This is both on a detection and prevention basis. It has to do with the psychological resilience of people aboard the ships, and it consists of two parts. The first subsystem is a questionnaire that gives us the pulse of our seafarers. It's done at regular intervals just to get an idea, a broad idea of what the general level of their mental health is. The other subsystem is really a group, the creation of certified practitioners in-house who can have confidence and ability to have a good discussion with any seafarer in order to help them make the next step in their lives to try to overcome the challenging situation. It's purely facilitation. These are not psychologists or psychiatrists. They're just people who have been trained to have a good discussion, good conversation. So this is our second level support for people who want, on their own will, to get in touch with such a practitioner. The third pillar is what we call work improvement discussions. Now, these are open discussions with selected at random for groups of seafarers. It's focus groups, and we want to have an honest, safe, open discussion with them to understand exactly their perspective, their point of view, what are the challenges that the work environment poses for them, things that may not be particularly enjoyable or annoy them. Generally, whatever conditions create a burden on their mental health, an unnecessary burden, because they're going to have a certain amount of burden anyway. We want to know what can the company do about it, things that are under the company's control, so that we can take some measures to minimize these situations for them. There's no point in helping them to improve their mental health when we are constantly providing new sources of nuisance for them. So they're done on a periodic basis, and we want to know what is the general idea, what is bothering them, what is within our control, and initiatives that we can take as a company to make things better, to improve them. So this is all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope these were helpful for you to realize what we're doing here in Angelikousis Group. I hope you have a nice day.
From the perspective of the Philippines, we take time to recognize the significant contribution of Filipino global maritime professionals, the heart and soul of a ship, the driving spirit behind what makes this country a proud tonnage enabler.
Our global maritime professionals are at the heart of everything we do at PTC. Throughout our 43-year history, and especially during the challenges of the global pandemic, The welfare, health, and safety of our GMPs have always been our top priority. Seeing Filipinos excel in the global seafaring industry, pursue meaningful careers, and build purposeful lives with their families, all this continues to inspire and motivate the entire PTC group. We are committed to our noble seafarers, and this encompasses the various initiatives we have undertaken in the areas of crew change, professional development, maritime training and education, health and safety, mental well-being, and family welfare. The COVID crisis and our ability to respond was perhaps the truest test of PTC's culture of crew care. From day one of the government-regulated lockdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic, PTC remained dedicated to our GMPs and principles, introducing new ways of delivering services to address the challenges of the current new normals. Through this commitment, PTC successfully redeployed over 15,000 global maritime professionals across various international cargo vessels and passenger ships during the height of the pandemic in 2020. The following year, amidst the continuing crew change challenges, PTC deployed over 48,000 GMPs. Coordinating efforts across the group while working closely with the Philippine government's Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Disease, PTC was able to repatriate over 18,000 crew, safely reuniting them with their families. The repatriated GMPs underwent thorough mandatory evaluation supervised by the Bureau of Quarantine. They were given health checks by PTC's preferred partner Health Metrics Inc. They were brought to accommodations approved by the Department of Health and the Bureau of Quarantine, and there they spent their quarantine period under close medical supervision of HMI. They also followed a productivity and wellness program that was prepared for them by PTC. Cat, the company's logistics operation group, developed a fortified framework for crew change in the Manila Bay anchorage to successfully facilitate crew changes for PTC's principals. Our preferred travel partner, Constellation Travels, ensured that our seafarers had seamless travel experiences at all points of their journey in and out of the country, end to end from their home to their final destinations on board and back. The PTC Group continues to champion the welfare of seafarers, both local and foreign. We remain resolute in our mission to help ensure uninterrupted global trade amidst the pandemic and beyond by working with the government to protect the Green Lanes policy for seafarers, raising the call for all governments to recognize seafarers as key workers. Seeing the key role crew change plays in the flow of global trade, the Green Lanes facility was established in July 2020 by the Philippine government in partnership with industry stakeholders. It seeks to facilitate the safe and swift travel of seafarers, including their disembarkation and crew change, subject to health protocols. Through its strong partnership with the government, the PTC Group lobbied to ensure that local and foreign seafarers are allowed entry to the Philippines for crew change. PTC acknowledges and gives credit to the Philippine government, whose efforts distinguish the Philippines as one of the few countries to install green lanes which facilitate the movement not only of Filipino maritime professionals, but also of maritime professionals of foreign nationalities. Further amplifying the call on governments and supply chain stakeholders to take swifter action on the crew change crisis and prioritize the welfare of seafarers amidst the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, PTC championed and helped craft the Neptune Declaration on Seafarer Wellbeing and Crew Change. With seafarers' health and safe passage front of mind, PTC was among the signatories in a December 2020 tripartite agreement involving over 30 private companies and the Philippine government to procure 2.6 million doses of AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine as soon as these were available. Working hand in hand with our valued principals, PTC rolled out the vaccination program for our global maritime professionals, ensuring their safe and healthy return to their essential roles out at sea. The COVID-19 vaccines were administered to seafarers by PTC's preferred partner, Health Metrics, and we kicked things off on the Day of the Seafarer on June 25, 2021. Our efforts continue with booster shots throughout 2022. We also partnered with the government and NGOs to accelerate vaccination efforts that prioritized global maritime professionals. We worked with the Maritime Industry Authority, Associated Marine Officers and Seamen's Union of the Philippines, and participating local government units to inoculate PTC GMPs who resided in provincial locations across the country. Crew registration for this program was facilitated by our crewing offices at PTC in order to ensure that our GMPs received their COVID-19 vaccine at their nearest marina inoculation site.
As the world travels through the fourth industrial revolution and embraces the fifth industrial revolution and beyond, greater emphasis on digitalization and automation will require the development of a future generation of GMPs that are able-skilled and no longer just able-bodied.
To accelerate the growth and development of our GMPs and create a more stable succession on board, the PTC Group has created the Cornerstone and Capstone Program, or 2C, delivered by Philcomsat. The program strengthens the competencies of GMPs and their ability to respond to emergency situations, expand their technical proficiency, and broaden leadership capability across all ranks. Cornerstone courses are critical classes that push the performance levels of GMPs beyond the expected standards. These specialized courses are integrated to include methodologies that enhance leadership, analytical and decision-making capabilities to enrich soft skills in the context of technical competency development. The Capstone course, meanwhile, is a unique evaluation program that not only assesses critical technical and leadership competencies, but also provides learning opportunities to sharpen GMP's performance capability under challenging and difficult conditions. Of equal importance in our approach to crew care is the attention we place on the mental and emotional well-being of our crew. Part of our strong commitment to helping improve a seafarer's work life at sea, PTC, through Philcomsat, has developed a range of competency courses on human behavior, mental health, communications and leadership, housed under the Center's Bridge program, or building resiliency in diverse global environments. Courses in the Bridge program include Human Element Leadership and Management, or HELM, Bosun's Role and Responsibility Evaluation and Enhancement Program, BOSREEP, Fitter's Role and Responsibility Evaluation and Enhancement Program, FITREP, and HELM at Work. To support these courses, Philcomsat partnered with the crew feedback platform Scoutbase. Scoutbase tracks early leading indicators of well-being, productivity, and safety over time on board vessels in order to identify challenges in everyday work. The platform does not interfere with the ship's systems and maintains the anonymity of the people on board. All data gathered serves as an early warning for any emerging well-being and safety issues the crew may be facing, thus helping prevent accidents and facilitating a more efficient working environment on board. Philcomsat's Management Level Program course on Human Element Leadership and Management, or HELM, is a UK MNTB certified course that aims to help participants demonstrate effective behavior and critical thinking in the face of challenging situations on board. HELM is comprised of a comprehensive lecture series and simulation exercises, which include sessions that allow participants to recount to one another their challenging experiences on board and how they managed these situations. With the guidance of a well-experienced lecturer and a professional psychologist, participants are trained in managing life-threatening situations on board through proper resource management, good teamwork, and the exercise of leadership skills. Keeping our sights on seafarer emotional well-being, PTC partnered with the Synergy Marine Group to provide a safe listening ear to the seafarer community through our V-Team helplines. A faith-neutral service that is absolutely confidential, free of charge, available 24/7 in over 14 languages including Filipino. Every seafarer across the globe beyond the PTC and Synergy groups can avail of the helpline and receive support from our on-call professional counselors. Playing an essential role in our culture of crew care is PTC's family and crew relations, the company's key proponent in cultivating relationships not only with our crew, but more especially with their spouses and their families. FCR is key to the very high overall retention rates of PTC's global maritime professionals.
Yes, it helps me in such a way of being more specific in my life, objectives and goals. And as being captain on the training program, very simple yet the most being neglected when it comes to financial education.
A core element of FCR's services is the PTC Life Skills Platform, which offers seafarers and their families a diverse range of activities on entrepreneurship, livelihood development, health and wellness, and spiritual renewal throughout the course of a year. The program aims to harness value formation, personal development, and financial literacy. It partners with seafarers and their families to help them develop additional income streams and build generational wealth for their families.
Really appreciate the opportunity to work together, to come together and be able to develop what we look at as a platform for the development of a total wellness and the care of our seafarers. We've always felt like you that it is the people themselves that make these vessels do the amazing things, the heavy lifting that moves the world. And so the opportunity to provide a mechanism, an environment in which we can maximize the total well-being of our seafarers, our global maritime professionals, is a fantastic opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to everyone. I am Iris Baguilat, President of Dula Seafront Manila and Trustee of the Alma Maritime Group in the Philippines. I am here to share with you our best practices on crew welfare as we ease from the dreadful implications of COVID-19. Last year, I joined Safety for Seas Crew Welfare Week to talk about and share our practices in manning as we dealt with the pandemic. We have seen a lot of developments since then. Through vaccination and unhampered implementation of standard health protocols, we have finally reached the point where our new normal meets our old norms. As we ease back to our old ways, we take the things we've learned and foolproof our processes to safeguard the industry better, which is the primary way to protect our stakeholders, including the seafarers. In this presentation, I will give a brief update on where our local sector stands at the moment, what has been and is being done, and our key takeaways from the pandemic. Crew welfare is composed of a spectrum of provisions that we have to look into. It is not limited to the immediate and actual working and living conditions of seafarers on board, but also includes pre- and post-employment medical care, social care when they are at home, and welfare measures not only for the crew members but also for their families, which remains to be the main driver for many Filipinos to work on board and overseas. As a Filipino manning agency, we keep in mind that by employing our crew, we also employ his whole family. Providing work to a seafarer means providing livelihood to his household and in some cases even to an extended household or two. Family hubs. A home is a place of safety and comfort, and we have seen how difficult it is for a crew member when their homes are endangered. In the 2 years of the pandemic, the Philippines has slain victim to numerous devastating typhoons as well. The distraught it has brought our crew on board is incomparable. The most recent being Typhoon Odette, internationally known as Typhoon Rai, last December 2021. We received volumes of calls and inquiries from our crew on board begging for news and information as the typhoon cut down communication means, including cell sites and power supply to numerous provinces in the country. We help where we can. Typically, companies such as ourselves, Dula Seafront, organize and join outreach programs to help regardless of the location. But to further mobilize this effort at the micro level, we created our family hubs in strategic and key cities in the country, aiming to create a localized group that will soon cater to our remote family-centric programs. The Dula Seafront Family Hub creates communities that can provide an immediate network of support among our seafarer families in times of need and crisis. Through these localized groups, we intend to bring our family programs to their communities as fitting and empower the wives of our seafarers and their families to take social action remotely and independently as needed. After 2 years of engaging our crew and their families through online programs, we launched our first family hub in Iloilo in December last year. We elected spouses to head the club and set up plans to institute more groups to foster enrichment, activities, community building, and the fostering of genuine and positive relationships. These hubs are part of protecting what matters most to our seafarers on board, giving them the peace of mind that their family belongs to a like-minded community sharing similar joys and problems of transnational parenting, calamities, and such. At the moment, we have instituted several family hubs with more than 400 members. Digitalization and hybrid recruitment. The pandemic has changed the way we use social media for recruitment, and this may remain this way moving forward. Health restrictions have been lowered to a minimum, with almost normal mobility for our seafarers to apply and report to our office. But our recruitment efforts using social media tools is not moving away. We continue to do Facebook Live and other sourcing activities online that taps our manpower pool whenever and wherever they're in the country. Our online programs and activities also continue, engaging our seafarers and keeping our fleet connected, even if on board or at home in their provinces. We continue to have regular content featuring our crew, aiming to highlight our appreciation for their kind of work and inspire our other seafarers. We also have the value-adding photography campaign of Project CU, now in its third year, that aims to spread awareness of the life at sea of seafarers to the land-based communities. The industry has learned to depend on and maximize the use of digital tools and platforms, and this is not going away soon. Continuous vaccination, boosters, and safety protocols. It is safe to say that all Filipino seafarers, if not most, deployed overseas are vaccinated. In Dula Seafront alone, we have long reached 100% vaccination rate for deploys in October 2021. The Philippine Maritime Industry Authority, Marina, has continuously offered vaccinations since they began in June 2021 through the AMUSUP hospitals and venues all over the country. With no apparent resistance, Filipino seafarers welcomed vaccination to sustain their jobs at sea. While it may seem that everything is back to normal, the virus is still here with several variants that can continuously mutate. We can never be complacent. Our crew continues to adhere to strict quarantine protocols before joining the vessels, while also being dispatched wearing personal protective gear. We have continuous inoculation for booster shots, and we are also on the watch for other similar health threats that may disrupt crew change again. The Duli Group has been constant with its mental health support to their workers through the global campaign Break the Silence, a discreet teleconsult hotline our seafarers can contact anywhere at any time to discuss emotional grievances with complete anonymity. Continuous collaboration among stakeholders. The pandemic brought us together, and I have said this many times, Agencies that were natural competitors before COVID have become codependent to one another to survive. Mining groups, including the Alma Maritime Group, seafarer unions, and government agencies and organizations such as the ITF and IMEC have worked together to build fundamental steps in facing the adversities of the pandemic. We are optimistic to maintaining this level of collaboration as we move forward. As an industry, we have found and shared best practices applicable uniquely to our cases in the Philippines, including the problems with crew change that have been a threat to the employability of Filipino seafarers, our priority. Without jobs, we have no seafarers to protect. We continue to face numerous threats, including dilemmas on crew claims and the infamous EMSA accreditation, but we confidently face them no longer as an individual manning agency, but as an industry together. Giving back, for us, giving back is always value-adding, especially in maritime communities in the country. The Philippines remains to supply the biggest number of seafarers to the world fleet at any given time. The number of mariners in the country also includes maritime professionals and workers plying inter-island or domestically. We are continuously active in helping communities as well as our seafarers in need. The most recent one is our two-leg outreach in Bohol after the devastation of Typhoon Odette in December 2021. The island province of Bohol is one with rich population of seafarers. Unfortunately, it is also a calamity hotspot, which has been devastated by earthquakes and super typhoons in the last years. During our relief effort that ran through December 2021 and January 2022, we mobilized volunteers who identified and visited communities not reached by other relief efforts and helped a total of 4,060 families. Our parent company, the Peter Dule Shipyards KG, also allocated financial assistance to crew members whose houses have been rubbled by the super typhoon. We're also exploring green community efforts in areas in the Philippines by repopulating mangroves that shall protect the shore community in these places. Last year, I summed up the best practices we had and achieved during the height of the pandemic and left you with teamwork. While teamwork remains vital to this day, the key takeaway I wish to impart and leave our audience is adaptability, a trait that allows us to adjust to new conditions. Our needs in the industry continuously changes. What works today may not work tomorrow, but may work again on the other day. It is imperative for us to be able to adjust quickly to cater the needs of our stakeholders efficiently, including our crew and their families on board or ashore. I wish to express that our work goes beyond deploying crew. We have a lot of attention to their immediate needs in the workplace. We also have to protect them from threats closer to their homes and hearts. The Philippines has several hundred thousands of seafarers, and almost half of which are active. Each of these seafarers supports one or more families, and we work hard together to ensure they will have food on their table by keeping their jobs available. I wish to thank Safety First Sea for inviting me once more and giving us a chance to share the best practices Dule Seafront pursues in the Philippines. These practices we share with hopes that we may serve as a framework for others and see others areas for improvement to continuously reimagine and redevelop our way of work as we ease back to the norms in the maritime sector. Thank you and stay safe. All aboard Dule Seafront.
Okay, so the UK Club is always committed to provide the best service that we can for our members. And within the Loss Prevention Department, we're constantly looking at new ways that we can provide services to members to increase the opportunity for safety on board, to make sure that the crew are happy and healthy on board. And so we're looking at trends in the industry all the time. Our priorities within crew health would be to ensure that crew welfare and safety remains the top of the agenda, as we are seeing in more recent times that it is coming to the fore and people are looking at crew well-being now. Another opportunity for us over the next 5 years would be to look at what else the industry is doing outside of our sector, but looking at other activities in crew welfare and just generally collaborating with other parties like we do already with such examples as Mission to Seafarers, where we have supported the We Care programme, looking at social media usage and financial well-being. And we also partner with the other seafarer charities, the Stella Maris and Sailors Society, with whom we meet regularly. These charities give us valuable insight into the lives of seafarers and the day-to-day worries, concerns whilst on board ship. So that's something that I think that we're going to continue to work on and perhaps just expand so that we actually can see firsthand what's going on in the industry. Okay, so in crew welfare, we're seeing a real increase in technology coming through as a tool for measuring welfare. I think that that is something that is going to be a main focus, and it's something we can't get away from, really, the way that technology is developing. We're seeing virtual reality headsets, for example, for training. We're seeing a lot of wearable tech coming into the industry to monitor signs of well-being in people. Also, we talk regularly with industry experts like Lloyd's Safety Tech Accelerator, who can bring to our attention details of startups in the industry where they have new initiatives regarding technology that are for the improvement of well-being and continuation of safety activities on board. These are very important to us, and some of these that we have worked with in the past have actually developed into very very helpful tools and great applications that can be applied. So I think the focus will continue to be on well-being and its role within the safety environment, and then as another layer on that, technology and how that plays a part in monitoring well-being and providing solutions to well-being challenges so that safety can be improved along the same lines as we've started at the moment. Okay, this was a good one for me. I like to see the positive out of a negative situation. So it's great to see that there's some opportunities coming from the challenges that are around. So I think actually more diversity in the industry, that really could, that could be a benefit. We could enhance the benefit by having a more diverse workforce, and also definitely when you have different people working in the industry, they're bringing new skills to the fore. So that in itself is a real positive if we can encourage it. I think, again, as we said, welcoming technology. There's still some fear in the industry, I feel, about technology and looking at the negatives of it, which nowadays I believe the positives of having technology and technological systems is actually outweighing the negative of having that such equipment on board. Crew welfare applications, as I mentioned, one of the initiatives that we work with is with the Isle of Man registry, who have taken up crew welfare in a different direction and started to look at an application for training and resources of wellbeing materials for seafarers, and they have a great app called Crew Matters. That's something the UK Club is working with to provide the resources that we have already created for wellbeing. So I think these opportunities for collaboration across the industry are really going to be the positives that will come out of some of the problems that are being faced at the moment. Well, my key message is actually to continue doing the great work that is being done in many areas with regards to crew wellbeing and safety. As an example of that, the Together in Safety campaign, which is being started in the industry a few years ago, and I would encourage more people to get involved in that. Obviously, we need to keep talking to each other, we need to learn lessons, and so sharing of best practice and successes in the industry is key, and perhaps collaboration outside of the industry with other industries who are facing similar challenges may be of value too.
Virtual hello to you all. My name is Richard McLoughlin, and I'm working for the Safety Tech Accelerator, which has been established by Lloyd's Register, LR, to help tackle safety and risk challenges with emerging technology. Seafarer welfare is a really important and fundamental aspect when considering safety at sea. And it certainly should be in focus when companies account for their social and environmental performance. In fact, during the recent LR Foundation Safer World Conference, LR's CEO, Nick Brown, compared seafarers to the healthcare professionals we have so heavily relied on during the global pandemic as true key workers. And we really do rely on our maritime key workers for safe and sustainable shipping and the global supply chains shipping supports. It would certainly be great if this had wider appreciation outside of maritime. The global challenges affecting shipping continue to keep the spotlight on seafarer welfare. And I think we have an opportunity for all stakeholders to build on recent events and create positive change. We are indeed seeing some companies reconsider their approach to crew welfare. However, I'm sure that many seafarers would like to see a more consistent and broad approach to improve their onboard life. We clearly have some way to go on this journey. Well, going back to LR's purpose, protect life, property, and the environment, we've historically always recognized the importance of people's safety within the context of engineering design. Our approach has, of course, evolved and now considers human factors within both design and operational context. LR includes these aspects within our rule development and our technology programs, and also through our involvement with IMO working groups and research projects. What viewers might not be aware of is the work of the LR Foundation, which is LR's single shareholder. As a global charity, the LR Foundation is focused on safety and risk challenges in critical infrastructure and across supply chains. The Foundation also views the human as a critical component, particularly when integrating with new and emerging technologies. Examples of ongoing work by the Foundation include establishing frameworks for the assurance of AI and autonomous systems. But more relevant to our discussion today is that the LR Foundation has recently launched a program of work entitled What Works for Wellbeing in Maritime. This aims to understand the effectiveness and readiness of tools for the monitoring and evaluation of crew well-being. For me, here at the Safety Tech Accelerator, we are working with our partners to prove the suitability of new technologies in a practical way. This is to monitor well-being in the maritime environment. We've been involved in successful technology trials in this space and then have helped new technologies to enter the market. We do see continued interest in this area, and I'm sure that in the near term, our engagement in crew well-being and in particular fatigue monitoring will continue. Together with our clients, we will continue to explore the art of the possible with these technologies. Well, I'm hopeful it will only evolve in a positive way. In terms of focus, from my personal perspective, I think fundamentally crewing requirements should be derived not from a minimum manning basis, but with respect to providing the best operational performance. And this should include aspects of seafarer welfare. For me, other areas of focus include how to assess both an individual and a combined crew's fitness for duty at a particular time in a voyage or throughout the voyage as conditions change. And finally, to consider how best to improve onboard operational flexibility. Meantime, and to move forward practically, I think we should provide greater support to seafarers through data and digital tools, helping them understand and control the factors which influence their own well-being. I think also that in a more connected world, this includes balancing not only onboard work and social activities, but also life ashore. However, in moving from where we are now in terms of monitoring and evaluating welfare to a better, more informed and supported future, technology is only one part of the solution. The biggest shift is a cultural one. If we are to continue to improve crew welfare, we will need greater understanding and appreciation of the issues right through the supply chain. This includes the end customer. And hopefully this would encourage shipping companies and other stakeholders to remain engaged on the social aspects of shipping. I do hope this is the case. However, of course, there are commercial pressures on costs and there are other issues. For instance, we currently lack sufficient high quality, comparable and publicly available evidence about what really works for well-being in maritime. At the Safety Tech Accelerator, for example, we often come across clients who are bewildered about the array of applications, well-being products that are available on the market. Uncertainty over their effectiveness, the fear of imposing numerous platforms or change on seafarers often stalls uptake and the confidence to move forward. I think obtaining fact-based evidence really should be the first area of focus, and it's hoped that the work of the LR Foundation, as I described earlier, will help us to understand more about this. For me, it's around increasing connectivity, providing tools and data insight. We're starting to see these having an impact now in maritime. As companies look to build a digital bridge from the ship to the shore or asset, we can start to provide seafarers with the tools and technologies to help them understand and manage their own well-being, and also how they are performing as a team. Digital monitoring and evaluating technologies are really evolving, and we certainly see lots of opportunities to introduce these from other sectors, perhaps, into the maritime sector. I think there are three things I'd like to suggest. First, really, is more collaboration and open innovation. I see this really as the key to push boundaries in what we can use on board and what we find to work and provide results. But to do that, we certainly need more research and technology trials to get a better understanding. Secondly, I do think we need to generate more awareness outside of marine perhaps through high-profile marketing action involving well-known brands, perhaps a Nike or an Amazon. And then thirdly, maybe we should think about a seafarers charter for the digital age, outlining the kind of expectations and how seafarers could reconnect with people on the shore. That's a really interesting question, and particularly difficult, I think, given some of the structural arrangements we have in maritime and around ship crewing, a serious workshop event. So shooting from the hip on this one, perhaps, maybe a global online crew marketplace where there's visibility about where people are deployed on ships, and perhaps this marketplace could reward diversity, equality, and inclusion as companies take steps to address that. Two things, really. First, to be brave and bold. Don't be afraid to innovate through technology applications. And secondly, maybe to establish or re-examine their social purpose. To think about the steps that could reposition and align crew welfare performance with commercial performance. Hello, and a virtual welcome to this presentation about the Safety Tech Accelerator and technology for crew well-being. My name is Rich McLoughlin, and I work at the Safety Tech Accelerator, and I hope you enjoy this presentation. I'd like to start by telling you a little bit about the Safety Tech Accelerator, about our background and what it is that we do. The Safety Tech Accelerator was born out of a need to see practical implementation of new and emerging technologies in industry. It is not a research activity, it is a practical means to validate technologies to solve particular safety and risk concerns. We were established and are established as a non-profit, established by the Lloyd's Register Foundation, who are the single shareholder of the Lloyd's Register Group. We are a separate entity and do have our own branding, separate from LR Group, but are essentially part of the Lloyd's Register family. We are what we believe to be the first and only dedicated technology accelerator focused on safety and risk, and we have particular focus, due to our heritage, on maritime. Our mission really echoes that of the foundation, is to make the world a safer and more sustainable place. What we do is we operate as a challenge-based accelerator. We are not a typical accelerator that will take a bunch of technologies or technology companies through a program, but will instead firstly focus on the client or group of partners who have a need for solutions. The funding that we have from the LR Group and the LR Foundation enable the accelerator to do this work, but without funding from program partners and clients, we could not proceed. In terms of what we mean by safety tech, I'd like to give you the experiences that we've had since setting up the Safety Tech Accelerator in 2018. we found that the challenges and the opportunities for technologies fall into 6 broad areas. Firstly, we have an abundance of data, and now we have the tools to take meaningful insight from that data, to collect it, to store it, to run diagnostics, or to run computer software to find correlations in that data. So collecting data, using sensors and other data sources, perhaps aggregating them together, we are able to gain more meaningful insight into our operations. That data can come from sensors on assets or sensors on people, if you like, around. So we have technology that looks at the wearables and the types of sensors we're using. Behind these technologies, of course, we have artificial intelligence and machine learning that adds even more value to the data that we collect, helping us to look back and also to look forward in terms of preventing safety incidents. Another big area that we find ourselves working in is with visual analytics, using existing video camera networks or installing cameras in new locations. And by combining artificial intelligence behind the images that we're able to collect in real time, we can gain insight and help to prevent incidences from occurring. Another area where we see technology making a big difference in safety and risk is around virtual reality and augmented reality. Virtual reality primarily for training, but augmented reality for helping out in unusual situations, perhaps providing an expert in the room, if you like, to give guidance and support to difficult, challenging situations or where technical knowledge is needed. The last area involves drones and robotics, and primarily is about removing people from hazardous situations or undertaking jobs without the need for humans. This technology is out there, and it has been proven in other industries or in other niche applications. But there are, however, barriers to adopt that technology in maritime. So the purpose of the accelerator is to make sure that is to enable this transition. And certainly we see there is a large market for this technology, and that there are technology companies who are interested in working in the maritime space. The way that we work with our clients, in very simplistic terms, is that we have 3 stages. As I said, the first is around identifying a challenge, and we need to work with our clients through a particular area of concern to identify where, if you like, the hotspots are for technology to make a difference. Having refined that challenge and produced what we call a technology brief, we're then able to go out and access various ecosystems to find the technologies that can apply. This obviously is we are industry and technology agnostic. We won't specify a particular challenge with technology. We're just looking for a solution. So once we've accessed perhaps 40 or 50 companies, there's then and sort out, prioritize the companies that we would then showcase to the client. At this stage, the client has the opportunity to work with that technology company or to work with us to pilot and evaluate the solutions. So this is an innovation challenge. It's open innovation. It's not internal research and development. It's simply about bringing something into maritime to see if it will work. So there's a certain amount of learning, perhaps some changes that need to happen, but basically we all work together and contribute to find the solutions. I want now to give you some examples of some of the pilots that we've been involved in, and hopefully this will give you a flavor of the kind of technologies that can help with crew welfare. So the first example on the left is about collecting information on a vessel and being able to benchmark it across the fleet, and working together with Hilo, who anonymize data and provide that platform, looking at this time instead of incidents and accidents, but at crew welfare. So the technology that has been used here is coming from telemedicine, and we're able to monitor not the words that are being said, perhaps in a bridge situation or in an engine room situation, but the sound of the words to detect if there are elevated stress or other situations that can be looked at to determine the well-being of individuals. The second example that I have here involves a company called Scoutbase, who have now been working in marine for about 2 years, and this allows crew to provide feedback, anonymized feedback, to the company about the situations on board, and it works by every time they log into the Wi-Fi, a series of questions or one particular question is asked. And there is a cycle of some 30 or 40 questions that the crew members would respond to. And when this is aggregated over a group of vessels, we start to, the company can start to understand a little bit better about some of the issues that are on board that, of course, will affect crew well-being. And then the company can then evaluate these, perhaps with the use of human factors team, which LR is now collaborating with Scoutbase on to determine the best course of action. And this provides feedback on any changes that are happening on board. The second example is around fatigue monitoring with a technology that's looking at the filaments in your eye. Final three examples here. The one on the left looking at virtual reality. And I think what this shows is that it's possible for navigators to gain training on board using virtual reality. And I think this opens up the way for closer collaboration between ship and shore, and the use of the Oculus headset in this case, again, perhaps opening the door to augmented reality solutions, which again could have a big impact on crew welfare. Clearly, decision making and fatigue have an impact on safety and decision making on the bridge, and the likelihood of having a collision or a navigational failure. So again, we've looked at, actually with Scorpio here, the kind of technology that could give you almost a virtual model of the people on board on a bridge to sense their behavior and emotional response simply from digitalizing their image. So with a computer behind a camera on the bridge, we're able to get a view of how people are when they are making decisions around navigational aspects. And that work, again, is continuing into the innovation initiative we have on the right side. So there are lots of technologies out there, and I've listed some here. There is some confusion or some uncertainty, let's put it like that, about whether these particular apps are suitable. So I think there is definitely needs to be a careful approach made to assessing the applications and what might be suitable for crew well-being. The Safety Tech Accelerator can help with advice to tackle particular challenges, to look for the technology, and to work on a specific crew welfare challenge. We've also worked with some tech companies to marinize their offer and can offer some pre-piloted technologies for you to trial out. With that, I'd like to say thank you for your time. And if you have any interest in the engagement with the Safety Tech Accelerator, please reach out to us. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to Crew Welfare Week 2022. I would like to introduce from the American Club. I'm the Dr. William Moore, Senior Vice President and Global Loss Prevention Director at the American Club, and would like to give you a presentation today about our Good Catch initiative. Good Catch is basically what we've done is that we've considered through our claims, our surveys, interaction with members and seafarers through the years, and it's demonstrated that there's a greater need for an enhancement of awareness and shipboard safety and environmental protection by seafarers. We also take into account that we look at safety management systems versus safety culture. We know in this day and age, of course, that the ISM code has been enforced now for 25 years. But we've seen further developments in the industry from organizations like OCMIF with the TMSA and the Right Ship with the DBMS in further enhancing and looking at how to better incorporate and how to better measure the integration of a safety culture into a safety management system. Every company has a safety management system, as we well know, under the requirements of SOLAS, seagoing fleets, that is. But adopting a safety culture is yet another further step. And so what we've done with Good Catch is to try to take into consideration some of those elements that we need to do in order to further enhance the safety culture. Our experience have demonstrated that a clear message, a clear, concise message is important for seafarers, short, sweet, and to the point. We also recognize that all safety management systems are different. Each owner has their own safety management system, but the key message is the same. And safety and trying to ensure safety for seafarers and for the ship and environmental protection. But we've also noticed that there's been mixed success, and one of the key core elements is really looking at near-miss information as well as for hazardous occurrences, which we know occur on board ship, which are at the tip of the iceberg of an incident. So we also recognize that it's important to try to send a message that situational awareness and what's going on board ship for your own safety as well as for the safety of the crewmen and their shipmates is vitally important. What we've done with Good Catch is really we're looking at multiple forms of delivery. Basically written, short alerts, animations, short animations less than a minute long, as well as longer animations which capture certain types of situations and situational awareness. We also recognize something that has been addressed recently, and more recently we're seeing more of a push in this direction, is really recognizing the recipients. We do know that younger crews are Generation Z, so to speak, and they are the first fully digitalized generation, and that the messages that we send to seafarers need to be done in different ways. The older seafarers are many times used to written documentation, but the younger generation, a lot of that is more visual and needs to be short and concise and look very nice. So we take that into consideration. As I just mentioned, keeping it concise, relevant, and focused are very important. And Good Catch is evolving. Basically, we're looking at different means and different ways to change our delivery, but the message is the same: safety, situational awareness, and the like. So our general objectives, as I just mentioned, are to provide simple, understood guidance to seafarers in a multimedia format on the importance of identifying, assessing, and reporting unsafe conditions, unsafe acts, near misses, and further enhance that activity by the delivery of that information in a case study format. Hazards and near misses, again, focuses on situational awareness, focus on near misses. We use different case studies. We're looking at different case studies all the time. Everything from fire safety, pilot ladder arrangements, slips, trips, and falls, which is the primary thing that we see on board ship with regard to injuries, safe mooring, environmental protection, and more. And as you see in this particular picture here, one of the things that we do is that we prepare panels, short, simple, concise panels: unsafe condition, near miss, potential accident, and then accident averted. So that's part of the Good Catch initiative. Safety alerts. Again, we do know that that seafarers at times, they don't want to read a lot on board ship, so we try to keep our safety alerts clear and concise and short, very focused on an incident description, best practices. Again, we look at fire safety, pilot ladder arrangements, slips, trips, and falls, safe mooring, environmental protection, and a lot more. We generate these regularly. They're short and they're concise. Case study animations. We are working with our partners, IDIS IT in the Philippines. They do animation work for us, as well as other work that they do for us with regard to e-learning modules and the like. But they are actually working with us that these are usually about 5-10 minutes long. We have an introductory animation that we prepared. There's one which is now on our site on line handling. We also are following with further case studies, looking at breach resource management, engine room fire safety, and we'll be looking at more of those in the future. The short animations that we have on board ship, in Good Catch, are focused. They're less than a minute long. We focus on a number of issues. One of the things that we're trying to bring attention to in the industry is we thought he knew. We see many different cases and discussions with seafarers and the like, and we realize that, we get different, like I mentioned, different generations of people on board, different people. We think that they have a certain competency level, a certain experience, but that's not always the case. Not everyone is the same. So one of the things we've tried to do is also focus on that particular issue, is to remind yourselves and remind everyone that not everyone on board ship is as fully aware and as they need to be, and that sharing information across the generations is exceedingly important. And experiences between seafarers, sharing that information is extremely important. So in summary, what we have is basically, again, we are looking to focus primarily on seafarers and their situational awareness for their own personal safety, as well as their crewmates around them. And that's exceedingly important, and try to push that message all the time in whatever we prepare under the Good Catch format. Again, we try to be brief and to the point in our presentations and in the information, keeping it concise. Again, we're looking at multiple forms of media, delivery of the message in different ways. We are expanding that, are always discussing that internally and with our ship owner members on better ways to present the information that we actually prepare and disseminate under Good Catch. We also deliver Good Catch in English, new and traditional Mandarin. We have many Chinese seafarers out there, and we basically try to ensure that we get the message out as best we can in different formats that we can. We generate a Good Catch alert every week on Wednesdays. It's usually scheduled for each Wednesday. That we think is important to put it out regularly and knowing when to expect it and where to expect it and where to find them. Everything that we have in Good Catch is available to all in the industry or anyone who goes on our website at this particular location, americanclub.com at page Good Catch. All the animations, the alerts, the detailed animations, short animations are all there on the site, and the various artistic panels with the near miss, the hazardous situations, averting the incident, all that is there on our website at this location. So we have a motto. Basically, when you identify a hazard before someone gets hurt, it's a good catch. And when you fix the problem before something bad happens, that's a good catch too. But when you take responsibility for your own safety, that is the most important good catch of all. And that is the most, and we say that's a good catch too. Thank you for your time. Ευχαριστώ.
Hello, I'm Bjarke Jakobsen, partner and senior consultant in Green Jakobsen, based in Denmark. The crew's performance at work is highly dependent on the quality of their welfare. The equation we can make here is that the crew's better welfare equals the crew's higher safety and operational performance. And of course, the onboard leaders constitute a vital factor in completing this equation, as they are vital players in enhancing the crew's welfare. They have a significant influence on their team members' thoughts, feelings, and actions. They can use this influence to improve crew welfare. And to influence positively requires that they possess the right soft skills or the abilities which help them create better work experience for everyone on board. But what exactly are the most important soft skills that the leader should have to enhance the welfare on board? A good starting point for identifying these key soft skills is to look at the realities on board, the realities or conditions that our crew work and live under. Now, since reality is changing and conditions are manifold, what we can do is to focus on two common realities or challenges on board. These are based on the statistics that we have gathered, the surveys we have conducted, and our collaborations with various shipping companies worldwide. Let me give the spotlight to our Greek colleague, Maria. She'll talk about the first reality on board.
Thank you, Bjarke. My name is Maria Progoulaki. I'm a Green Jakobsen's regional representative and senior consultant based in Athens, Greece. Let me present to you the first reality on board through this short animation developed by our creative team in Manila.
Hey, good work here.
Thank you, sir.
You're the new guy, Edie, right? My name is Bill. It's nice to meet you. Well, Edie, I can see that you're doing a good job. Just please remember... and last but not least, remember to avoid using petroleum-based grease for the rubber sealing. Did you get it?
What?
No petroleum-based grease. Understood?
Petroleum what?
Okay.
Oh, okay, sir. Yes, sir. What did he say? I don't get it.
Hey, you! Come here! Come here! Didn't I tell you not to use that? And why would you not follow me? You said earlier everything was clear.
I am not a dog.
What?
Do not treat me like a dog.
You are not a dog, but you are a liar.
As you have just seen in the animation, the crew has the opportunity to work with people of different cultural backgrounds. Well, some crew members may instantly adapt to this blend, but others may have their fair share of challenges when working and interacting with people from other cultures. This is especially true when cultural biases such as stereotypes and prejudice affect the way the crew deal with one another. So it's important to recognize that there is a risk that the biases give rise to unfair and discriminating behaviors, and these can lead to acts of bullying and harassment. To avoid conflicts caused by cultural biases, all crew members must be culturally aware. Cultural awareness can be achieved by using the so-called Search, Ask, Discuss spiral model. This tool is based on searching for information about one's own and other cultures through observation and self-study, then raising questions of reflection and wonder, and finally discussing with people from their own and other cultures. Let's re-watch the animation, but this time the leader and his team members are culturally aware.
No petroleum-based grease. Understood?
Petroleum what?
Okay.
Oh, okay, sir. Yes, sir.
When you experience a behavior that you don't understand, instead of getting annoyed or angry, the better thing to do is to ask about it in a polite and curious way.
Edie, I'm sorry for saying this, but I get the feeling that you are saying yes, even though you do not really mean it.
I guess you are right. I did not want to be rude to you by asking a lot of questions, so I thought a yes is better. Perhaps it is a cultural thing.
Asking polite questions and discussing the meanings of confusing behaviors can help give you a better understanding of your colleagues' actions and your cultural differences. Let's see how asking politely about behaviors could help ease the other situation.
Hey, you! Come here! Come here!
Sir, why do you always use this gesture when you are calling me to come to you?
Oh, it just means that I want you to come to me.
Well, where I come from, we only do that to dogs.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Next time, I'll just call you by your name.
When we ask questions about each other's ways of doing in a polite and respectful manner, we can learn about each other's cultures. Instead of engaging in fights, let us engage in respectful conversation to help each other become more culturally aware.
To recap my point here, the crew work and live on board, which is a diverse workplace where misunderstandings, disagreements and conflicts can happen due to the cultural differences. But to maximize the benefits of a cultural blend, culturally aware leaders can model towards their team members how to overcome the biases through their observing, asking polite questions, and maintaining a healthy discussion about cultural differences. Let me give the floor to our colleague from the Philippines. He will take us through the second prevailing condition on board.
Thanks, Maria. My name is Junal Gatungay. I am a learning and development consultant and part of Bjarke Jakobsen's team based in Manila, Philippines. Let me begin my discussion of the second reality on board with this animation.
Ah, silence. It's probably the best thing you've ever heard. Especially when your out-of-tune friend has finally passed on the mic at the karaoke bar. Or when a couple has finally stopped flirting with each other while you're trying to sleep in an airplane. Undeniably, silence is pure serenity. But silence in the workplace, it's another story. Meet Anthony. In his workplace, there is one mantra. Silence is the best policy. So how did this mantra come to be? Let's take a short trip down Anthony's memory lane. Several months ago, after telling the crew what his plan was, the officer abruptly ended the team's meeting.
All right, I'm sure you all agree with my plan. That's it for this meeting.
But being a concerned crew member, Anthony thought to give an alternative suggestion to the officer's plan. Sir, I think we can do it the other way around. We can...
But the officer cut him. Anthony, I've been doing this for many years. I know what I'm doing.
And so Anthony just conceded. Okay. After many similar instances, Anthony and his colleagues have been silent about matters at work. So the officer thinks that everything's okay. He calls the silence serenity. But Anthony calls it fear. Thoughts after thoughts are left unspoken in his mind. I don't agree, but I'm afraid to tell you. I have another idea, but I doubt you'll listen. I don't understand what you're talking about, but I don't want to look stupid. I want to share what's bothering me, but I do not trust you. Until... Now, take a moment and think about the voices you are not hearing today. Is there an Anthony among your colleagues? Would you call his silence serenity? Or would you break his silence before it's too late?
Silence does not always mean agreement. It could also mean that the other party is just holding back, which could lead to useful ideas not being shared and confidence vital. Last year, a number of maritime experts were asked by Safety for Sea this question: what was the most important for you in order to improve the crew welfare? Most of them said the crew should feel that they are entrusted, they are part of a greater group, and they are involved in an open and honest communication. And this make a big step towards improving crew welfare. What do we get out of empowered and involved crew? Well, it would be easier for the leaders to get ideas and suggestions from the crew, which will make onboard meetings a two-way productive conversation. In addition, the crew will feel more comfortable expressing themselves, for example, during vetting inspections. But getting the crew to speak up can be challenging at times, but it's worth the effort. One of the many tools that can make this task easier for the leaders is the CIA interpersonal needs theory. This tool is one of the many tools that I present in the maritime leadership training offered by Bjarke Jakobsen. CIA stands for control, inclusion, and appreciation. If leaders apply this method, their crew will be more motivated to speak up. To sum up, no need to fear negative reactions. Rather, The result will be a crew who are able to speak up in an honest and respectful way, even in uncomfortable situations. Only then will crew feel empowered, motivated, and confident that their input is valued. Thank you.
We hope that these two examples show the importance of giving the onboard leaders appropriate tools and enabling them to lead their crew towards better crew welfare. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and have a great day ahead.
Viewers and friends, good day! We are so happy to welcome you at the inaugural Crew Welfare Awards with the aim to recognize industry's outstanding practices for crew well-being and sustainable shipping. Our seafarers are the essential workers who keep the maritime industry moving. Ship managers acknowledge that, focusing on ways to improve their work and life on board. Furthermore, in the current industry's busy agenda, which sets focus on ESG topics, crew welfare is definitely on top, being a key social issue. During these challenging times, maritime stakeholders are continuously bringing seafarers' well-being on the surface and taking part in many initiatives which prove the power of collaboration in crew welfare as well. Providing proper recreational facilities on board and ensuring a diverse, equal and inclusive environment are among their key concerns. In that respect, Safety for Sea is always on the run to contribute to the promotion of best practices in favor of crew welfare and well-being. Thank you for joining us, and let's start with the awards procedure. this award category, we are happy to shortlist few candidates who have excelled in demonstrating initiative, best practices and excellence, and in any aspect of crew welfare. The 2022 Crew Welfare Tanker Operator Award goes to Prime Marine Management. Congratulations! Let's get to watch the relevant video. We are now joined by Mr. Dimitrios Kambadelis to accept this award.
We would like to thank all our voters for the award. It is in the most cases a source of satisfaction when the efforts of any party are recognized and highlighted. However, modesty set aside, we feel that all these efforts are owed to any company assets which are their crew members. We do not believe that we were and are doing anything extraordinary. We're giving back a modest part of what we have been getting all these years, which is loyalty, hard work, and performance. Thank you.
Let's move on to the second category for today and take a look at the dry bulk operators who have contributed towards enhanced crew welfare. Congratulations! hear from Mr. Harry Papadimitriou a few words about their initiatives for people on board their fleet.
Hello, my name is Harry Papadimitriou. I am the Director of Crewing at All the Carriers. On behalf of all the Dove Carriers, I am delighted to receive the 2022 Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Dry Bulk Operator Award. All the Dove Carrier is a family-owned company headquartered in Lübeck, Germany. In 2021, we celebrated our 100-year anniversary. It is remarkable that we reached this milestone and are still only in our second generation of family ownership. Each year, our fleet of more than 720 owned and chartered bulk carriers transport around 380 million tons of bulk cargo across the oceans. As a specialist in spot business, industrial contracts, and offshore transshipment, we focus exclusively on dry bulk maritime logistics. The company has about 4,500 dedicated employees from 60 countries, made up of 900 office employees and over 3,000 seafarers. We recognize that clean oceans and clean air are vital for our survival, both as a company and as individuals. Since 2013, All the Dove has invested over $3 billion in 19 new eco vessels, which have fuel-efficient and reduced greenhouse gas emission engines, and a number of fuel-saving devices to reduce consumption and CO2 emissions. We have an excellent program to encourage seafarers to join as cadets, with a clear path to becoming our next captain, our next chief engineer. Our seafarers and our technical teams are working very hard to maintain a good record of marine compliance and vetting. These past few years have been very challenging for promoting crew welfare on board. I would even say it has been more health and safety issues rather than welfare. We have had a major campaign to get our crew members vaccinated, and at this point we have managed to have 98% of our crew fully being vaccinated. We have provided all crew members with internet access. However, we still encourage and support old-fashioned crew entertainment and socializing on board. It means a lot to me and to my colleagues to have been selected to win the 2022 Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Dry Bulk Operator Award. We have worked hard at crew welfare in these very difficult times, and we very much appreciate this recognition. Finally, I would like to thank the Safety for Sea team for the great work they do to promote sustainable shipping and recognize the industry leaders.
Given the multiple challenges that seafarers face daily on board, the importance of crew welfare should not be underrated. There are many crew management companies taking the lead in improving life on board. Let's take a look at some of them. The 2022 Crew Welfare Management Award goes to OSM Maritime Services. Time for the video. Congratulations! Let's hear from Ms. Maylin Borillo, company's best practices for their people on board.
Hi! In behalf of OSM Maritime Services and the entire OSM Maritime Group, we would like to accept this year's award for crew welfare under crew management category. This is fantastic. I understand that this is awarded to crew management company that demonstrated best practices and excellence in any aspect of crew welfare. Thank you so much, Safety for Sea, for reminding us that we are in the right track. We would definitely move forward, more inspired to make a difference in the lives of our seafarers and families. Allow me to also thank all the OSM team builders globally, and most especially our ship owners, who are supporting us in driving the three basic pillars of our crew and family welfare program in OSM Maritime. One, the financial literacy program, because it's not how much you earn, it's how much you save and invest. Second, our health and wellness program, where we advocate to take care of yourself and so you can take care of others. And lastly, the family values seminars, because the best gift you can give your children is a good relationship. To my fellow maritime leaders, we call on all of you to intentionally elevate the well-being of our seafarers, especially during this time of pandemic. Let us continue to inspire each other to do good for our seafarers. For while we were in lockdown, while on crisis, the world continued moving because of our seafarers. Let's create a community of highly competent seafarers, but most especially, happy, wealthy, and healthy seafarers, for they truly deserve it. Good day and more power to the maritime industry. Thank you again, Safety for Sea, and to all who voted for OSM. Thank you so much. God bless all of you. Salamat po.
Now, we move on to the fourth category for today that recognizes service providers who have significantly contributed to decent living and working conditions on board vessels. Let's view some of them. Congratulations, Well at Sea, for winning the 2022 Crew Welfare Service Provider Award. from Ms. Gisa Paredes a few words about their service.
We have certainly come a very long way since we first launched on 19 pilot vessels in 2018 with the BW Group. Today we have more than 450 ships with approximately 14,000 seafarers whom we are dedicated to helping as full-service implementation partners in well-being. We wish to thank our team that has tirelessly kept in good spirits for the sake of the seafarer throughout this pandemic. Their dedication, enthusiasm, and genuine concern for the seafarer has translated in the way that crew members engage with each other in each of our programs. We would also like to thank BW Group, Bergabulk, Storm Shipping, V.Group, Northern Marine Manning Services, North Star Shipping, Tome Group, and BW Epic Kosan for their continued trust in our team and our product. This award proves our dedication towards being your partners in health, wherein we have been able to shift the landscape of well-being together. Without the dedicated leaders who have placed great value on their crew, their mental health, physical health, and social well-being, this service award would not be possible. As we always say in Well at Sea, we're just at the beginning. 2022 is looking like a very exciting year for us, and we all look forward to growing our solution with more groups in the industry in the coming months and years. May we always remember our seafarers, be creative in our solutions, and offer the best of ourselves in innovating crew welfare for generations to come. All the best to everybody, and may you always be well at sea.
With this award category, we are happy to shortlist few organizations who have put seafarers' well-being on top of their agenda. Let's see the shortlisted nominees for the 2022 Crew Welfare Organization Award. The winner of the Crew Welfare Organization Award is the International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network. Congratulations to ICE1. Let's watch the video explaining why they won this award. Grange will accept the award on behalf of the winning organization.
I'm Simon Grange. I'm Chief Executive of the International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network, more commonly known as ISWAN. And I'm delighted to hear that ISWAN has won the Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Organisation Award for providing humanitarian support to seafarers around the world. The ISWAN team has worked really hard to support seafarers during this difficult period, so it means a lot to have our work recognised. It's hard to imagine how tough life has been for seafarers in recent years, and now they're dealing with the situation in Ukraine as well, so ISWAN's work is far from finished. We will continue to provide seafarers with support through our helplines and crisis funds, through our advocacy and campaigns, for as long as they need it, because without them, the world's supply chains will collapse. Thanks to everyone who voted for us. Your support means an awful lot.
Diversity and inclusion are key words for the maritime industry to remain competitive. While some progress has been made in the maritime sector in the past years, significant challenges remain. Let's take a look at the organizations which have contributed towards a more diverse and inclusive industry. The 2022 Crew Welfare Diversity and Inclusion Award goes to Maritime CEO. Congratulations! Now it's time for the video. Let's invite Ms. Sanjam Gupta, the founder of this unique platform, to receive the award.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to receive the Safety for Sea Diversity and Inclusion Award. I'm overwhelmed with the support we have received from everyone. Maritime CEO started with a dream to drive equality within the maritime industry. It started as a small initiative in 2019, and it has grown with your support. And I'm grateful to my team for their hard work and efforts. The only thing that separates women from reaching leadership positions is opportunity. We all need to champion diversity as it's the changing face of our industry. So if you want to walk that path with us, please join us. We welcome more partners on board. And we promise we will continue to do so in the coming years. Diversity is what makes our industry special, It's what makes us strong, makes us more creative. And that's why, if we want to continue to keep attracting the best and brightest talent in the industry, we need to fully embrace it. We should not be making it harder for the best and the brightest to join our industry. We should be making it easier. When we have a diverse group of people put together in a company, it brings amazing results. Diversity leads us, let us embrace it. I'm issuing a call to action to my fellow professionals, companies and organizations to globally step up and become champions for diversity and inclusion. Because individually, we are a drop in the ocean, but together, we all are the ocean.
Now it is time for 2 special Crew Welfare Awards dedicated to individuals that have provided industry leadership and contributed towards crew welfare throughout their careers. The 2022 Crew Welfare Personality Award is targeting an individual who has actively supported on board and ashore staff as president and CEO of one of the biggest organizations in Philippines. Congratulations to Ms. Doris Magsaysayho. Let's hear a few words from Ms. Doris Magsaysayho.
I thank Safety for Sea and your editorial team for the great honor you're giving us with this award, and which I'm humbled to receive on behalf of all my Magsaysay colleagues and seafaring community. The pandemic has given the shipping industry a rare opportunity to think about what is truly important in our lives and in the lives of our seafarers. We often say that shipping carries over 90% of global trade. This pandemic has made us realize that without our seafarers, mankind would not have food, medicine, and the basic necessities we need in our daily lives. We have taken for granted that ships must have a full crew complement at all times. This pandemic has made us realize what a seafarer's journey to a ship and home is like. Sometimes in crowded planes, other times through many transit points to save costs, and through long immigration lines, each expected to take over the job immediately without taking any rest. We have not been as conscious as we should be about the physical and mental health and wellness of the crew. Pre-employment medical exams have become more of a toll booth to a job rather than a way to help our seafarers stay healthy. The pandemic has shown us that we must do much more. I would like to salute Safety for Sea for being in the forefront of the change we need. Our audience must go beyond the ship owner, the manager, and must be heard by multilateral organizations, governments, and the public. Seafarers are essential workers can join the ship as quickly and as refreshed as possible. I would like to thank the Philippine government, our Secretaries of Foreign Affairs, of Transportation, and of Labor for so quickly implementing the Philippine Green Lane that allowed Filipinos and foreign seafarers to get home and to go to work. All of us must rethink how we support the crew health and wellness so that pre-employment medicals become a positive annual exam to help seafarers become healthy rather than something to fear and worry about. We should have a global health card in the blockchain implemented as soon as possible. I take this opportunity to thank all seafarers around the world. You put yourselves in harm's way when there were no vaccines and continued to serve humanity with your essential services. I thank your spouses and families for the tremendous courage and support they gave when contracts were extended or when we had very sad loss of lives. Again, I thank Safety for Sea for always highlighting the value of caring for people as a key element in business. We will treasure this amazing award that serves as a great inspiration for all of us at Magsaysay. Thank you so much and good evening.
Last but not least, the 2022 Crew Welfare Leadership Award recognizes an individual who has pioneered within the maritime industry, showcasing innovative leadership. Congratulations to Mr. Gerardo Borromeo for his invaluable contribution to the Philippine maritime industry. Let's hear a few words from Mr. Borromeo.
Thank you very much to Safety for Sea for this very kind recognition. Over the last 18 years, I've come to truly appreciate the important role that shipping plays in facilitating global trade, a perspective that is not always visible to the general public. Equally significant is the responsibility of global maritime professionals to ensure that shipping achieves its objectives. These two considerations are what have driven me over the years to encourage greater engagement across all stakeholders of our industry, to help enhance the image of shipping, and to continue to contribute meaningfully to maritime sustainability. It is fitting that Safety for Sea has organized Crew Welfare Week as part of the celebration of the annual Day of the Seafarer on June 25. This week highlights an essential theme for the true enablers of global trade, our maritime professionals. Crew welfare is a key measure of the ultimate success of our industry. What has been very helpful to the development of this focus has been the industry's unique model of tripartism, a platform for governments, ship owners, and trade unions to come together in engaged cooperation. It has been a privilege for which I am grateful to have been part of this evolving collaboration and the effort to promote crew well-being and competency. I dedicate this recognition to all maritime professionals and their families who have sacrificed so much for the benefit of so many. I also share this award with my colleagues at the PTC Group who have joined me with the same passion in living out our corporate mantra to move the world in more ways than one. Lastly, I thank Ambassador Carlos Salinas, founder of the PTC Group, whose invaluable mentorship has inspired me to shape a vision for this dynamic industry, and in particular for our global maritime professionals, the true heart and soul of shipping. Thank you again.
Thank you to everyone who joined us today from wherever you are around the world. Congratulations to all winners. Thank you for supporting our seafarers and providing them with a friendly environment as long as they stay away from their beloved ones. All seafarers who feel the vessels they work on are like home, and industry stakeholders are making real progress towards that end. The 2022 Crew Welfare event will last until the end of the week to showcase this progress, so don't miss it.